Good evening. Welcome to the June 12th, 2025 Northampton School Committee meeting. I'm Julie Shara, the chair of the school committee, and I'll be presiding this evening.
I think you did it.
This meeting's being held remotely on Zoom pursuant to the modification of the state's open meeting law for the pandemic, and in person here in the community room at JFK Middle School. In this meeting, and all participating will be audio and video recorded. So I'm going to call the meeting to order and ask Cassie to please call the roll.
Mayor Shara,
Present.
Member Gacy,
I'm here.
Member Weisenfreund, Member Seraphy Cox, Member Stein,
Here.
Member Hennessy,
Present.
Member Miller,
Present.
Member Labauti, Member Agna, Member Davis.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Just so. Okay, thank you. The first, sorry, my computer's acting up. First order of business tonight is that we're going to recognize the Northampton Public School retirees, and I will hand it over to Dr. Bonner.
This evening, we are celebrating a very special group of individuals, staff and administration, who are embarking on a new and exciting chapter, retirement. It's always bittersweet to say goodbye, but today, the sweetness definitely outweighs the sorrow as we reflect on the incredible contributions each of these individuals has made to our school community. Think of the countless lessons taught, the problems solved, the guidance offered, the smiles shared, and the lives touched, whether in the classroom, the office, the library, the cafeteria, or on the grounds. Their commitment to our students and to the smooth functioning of our school has been unwavering.
Recording in progress.
So what I would like to do is to introduce you to our retirees who are present with us this evening, and I'm going to ask them if they would come up to the front and actually face the crowd. And we have something special for you as well. So I'd like to celebrate Cindy Cox for 33 years as a library paraeducator. Right. Mark Baldwin for 28 years as a social studies teacher at the high school. William Corbett Jr., 27 years as grounds maintenance custodian. Paula Clary for 25 years as an elementary teacher for grades 2 and 3 at Ryan. Front in the little,
Yeah, watch the cord.
Watch
Sorry
the
about that.
cord. Thank you. Thank you.
Yay.
Yay. We can clap again. Our next retiree is Principal Carol Ruffalart, 25 years. She began at MPS as a senior clerk at Bridge Street, and then as grade 3 and 4 teacher and tiered support specialist at Bridge Street, interim principal, and finally, principal. Congratulations. I just learned a little bit. Our next retiree is Ann Desmond. For 24 years, worked as an LTS for grade 6 science, and then as a 4th grade teacher at Ryan Road. Our next honoree is Joanne Holman, serving 23 years as a paraeducator at Jackson School and Bridge Street in various classrooms, including preschool and the ASD program. Congratulations. Yes. Our next honoree is Cheryl Minchin. For 21 years, school year clerical at Ryan Road and Leeds. Miss Shawn. Sure, I'm so sorry. Right, that's perfect, right there.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You're fine.
Excellent. Okay. That's what happens when I just say, Cheryl, how are you doing today? Okay. Our next retiree is Catherine Dollard, serving 19 years as a science teacher at the high school. Our next retiree is Lori Sperry, serving 19 years as special education adjustment counselor at Bridget. Our next honoree is Kathleen Braden, 16, Braden? Braden. Okay, sorry. Braden. Okay. For serving 16 years as special education elementary teacher, grade 5 at Jackson Street School. Our next honoree is Putnam Goodwin Boyd, 16 years, serving as 5th grade teacher at Leeds. Our next honoree is Cheryl Edgerly for serving 6 years as special education teacher at JFK. Congratulations. Our next retiree is Roxanne Marini for 3 years of service as 7th grade ELA teacher at JFK. Our last person that we want to actually honor in memory, someone who's very dear to us, and her husband is here to serve in her stead. And that's Jane Reeves for serving 16 years as a clerical assistant at the high school and some other schools as well. And so, Mr. James Connolly, if you would come. James, if you would come. Thank you. We are all thinking about her right now. And so with that, I'm going to ask if the mayor would lead the school committee members, and we have some gifts and some handshaking, and then we also have some cookies in the back, and I believe there's enough for everyone tonight. Okay.
We all get it?
I got you.
We're all supposed to come out. Okay. Go shake hands.
Long time. All right, Chris, give my regard to the Congratulations. Thank God. The first day of school dreams, you know, I retired like 9 years ago. Yeah. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, it's a little unsettling the first year or two. I know. Then you get up in the morning at 8:30. That's right. It's Congratulations. For me,
Okay, we're going to continue on with the meeting. And the next item is the school committee norms, and I have to admit, so Member Stein, you're up,
How nice to have you.
but I can't remember, I hope you remember which one you're doing, because we've postponed it for the last 2 meetings because you weren't here, and I don't remember which one it was.
Yeah, I have no idea either.
Pick one.
I'll pick one, okay.
Well, maybe that's what we were doing, is,
Yeah, we were just picking one. We weren't assigning.
okay.
Oh, I don't
Okay.
remember picking one.
And we do both columns, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How we communicate, clarification, if you wonder, ask. And how we work together, follow through on committee commitments.
Did you say sort of your thoughts on them, or?
Oh,
No?
that was the piece I didn't remember what else I was supposed to do.
I told him that was enough.
Yeah.
Oh, or that can just, you know.
Ann set me up for failure there. Yeah, I don't have any profound thoughts to offer. I apologize.
Okay, that's fine. We will move on. To the student representative report. Hi, welcome.
There's not a lot to say today, just one thing, but the other big thing is that school is done, which we're all ready for. We're all really done with school. And now we have a statement for you about NHS scheduling.
Many of you have received emails from students regarding the scheduling crisis at NHS. This is the realization of many of our concerns regarding the recent and proposed budget cuts. Here is the situation. There are basically no classes for seniors to take second semester period 3. Many students have singleton classes that conflict, and NHS cannot run more sections of these classes due to lack of teachers. Here are a few specific situations out of more than 75 that are affected. One of the first students that was called down and given the option of only an asynchronous HCC class or reduced course load. He cannot take a third period Smith class as they run into fourth period.
Another student was given the same option of a asynchronous HCC class or chorus if he didn't want to take that HCC class. This situation is confusing and everyone has different versions of the same problem. It isn't just large class sizes. It is that NHS simply cannot offer any more classes for students to take. Most seniors have taken the classes that are running during third period or taking one of those available classes will significantly reduce their competitiveness for college. NHS needs more teachers so that students are able to take NHS classes while they are enrolled at NHS.
So we're happy to answer any questions about scheduling, and also because this is our last meeting of the year, we just want to thank you for giving us this space to share student voice, and you will definitely see both of us again. So we just want to thank you and the work that you do. And yeah, any questions?
You both did a fantastic job this year. Thank you for all that you did.
Thank you.
We don't have anyone online, right? Any questions for them? Oh, yeah, go
I
ahead.
just want to say I really appreciate throughout the entire academic year that you've brought up really difficult topics for us to really grapple with. And you've brought it up and talked about them in an incredibly succinct, mature way. And I've always been super appreciative of the student voice. And I hope you're on it again next year. And I also appreciate you bringing up the issue with the scheduling, because I recognize it as a very serious issue, not just for students like you who are taking high-level AP classes, but also students who aren't taking the high-level AP classes. And sometimes we don't hear from them as frequently as you guys, but I really want to just say you're wonderful. Keep up the work. Keep being active. And thank you so much.
Thank you. We appreciate you so much too.
Yes, Member Miller.
I also want to say that I think you did a really good job of representing other than the honors and AP students, and that it's an issue that affects everyone, and that is what, we often have to represent everybody, and you did a good job. And I have to say, it's extremely disturbing to me that students aren't able to schedule a class that they need, and I just think it's untenable. So I'm very concerned about what you've raised.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, thank you and have a great summer.
Yeah.
Okay, next we have public comment, and Cassie's going to get the list. We're taking comment in person and over Zoom. There's a sign up that Cassie's bringing. Oh, thank you, Cassie. Take your time. If you wish to comment on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature, and I'll alternate. You can always submit a written public comment, which is equally part of the public record. And before you begin your comment, please state your name and your city or town for the record. School committee does not respond during public comment, as it's your time to speak. So while your comment should be directed to the school committee, you'll understand when we don't respond to them. There's a limit of 3 minutes per person unless language interpretation or accommodations for a communication disability have been requested, in which case the time limit is 6 minutes. And Member Hennessy
is uncomfortably doing the timing.
Member Hennessy is going to help me uncomfortably with the timer to ensure that everyone has an equal opportunity to speak, so thank you for that. And according to the rules of procedure, school committee receives public comment for a maximum of 90 minutes, and we will be beginning at 6:54. And the first name is in the room is Andrea Bertini.
Hi, Andrea Bertini, Florence, Mass. The HCC classes that the students just mentioned, that's union busting at its finest. This was a wonderful day here. Kudos to JFK, Ketty Lockery, and Matt Hogan for such a nice event. They started a mini grad ceremony for the 8th graders, and it was sweet to recognize all the kids. Today is joyous for us for other reasons as well. Tomorrow is our last day in Northampton Public Schools. No more fighting Matt Holloway for scraps, no more begging for appropriate reading interventions that the district, starting with Gwen Agnet, Jackson Street, refused. To quote a 4th grade teacher back then, if I give him more reading intervention, then I have to give all of them more reading support. Sadly, they were rationing interventions even back then because they didn't have enough trained staff. So here we are, fast forward 5 years, and we have 25 newly identified 8th graders who can't read. This is in addition to the kids on IEPs, multiple grade levels behind in reading as well. Is it 40, 50, 60 kids? Hard to know. I've asked multiple district and school committee members, and crickets. Finding 25 more kids in 8th grade needs to be investigated for child fine violations. They also weren't planning to tell the parents. Thankfully and hopefully that decision has changed. The district is hoping some kids leave and go to Smith Voc, but for those heading to the high school, they are going to cram you into learning strategies. The discriminatory high school schedule that forces kids into partial inclusion and violates LRE. The benefit that this may have is it may help solve the space issue, so the kids struggling to find classes will have spaces opened up by virtue of kids on IEPs, and I'm sure those newly identified way behind in reading being pushed out of academic classes. Maybe that's the creative and imaginative solution to stretch the teachers even further without a reprieve in sight. I'm sure the recent upset over the lack of AP classes offerings at the high school will cause the biggest uproar, similar to the upset over the loss of the gardens. For kids and parents on IEPs, it's an everyday fight that you lose a little bit more every day. To any parents out there, if you suspect your kid is dyslexic and you have the ability to leave, do it. Go anywhere else. They aren't going to acknowledge it, intervene, or hire the staff to address it. On our departure here, I want to thank Sarah Churchill here at JFK. She has integrity and professionalism and understands the battle. I also want to thank Mike and Anat. Keep fighting the good fight. You are appreciated more than you know. For the rest of you that have let this happen, allowed this underfunding and loss of staffing and resources to happen year after year, history will always remember what you have done here. It's educational neglect, and you've allowed it to happen. Thank you.
Any hands on Zoom, so I will go to Ana Lucia.
Hi, my name is Ana Lucia Ohm, and I live in Northampton, and I am a student at NHS. I'm here to talk to you today about the scheduling crisis at NHS. You already heard the gist of what is happening, and I have emailed you all regarding this, If you did not see that email, here's what is happening to me. I consider myself lucky in the grand scheme of things, as I do not have a hole in my schedule. Though I don't have this hole, one of the classes I signed up for is full. I have been placed in a different class that I do not want to take. And if alternates went this far, it would probably be around 10th place in that list. This is the second year in a row that I've had to take a class that wasn't even on my alternates list when signing up for classes. This class is replacing the class that I was looking forward most to and so excited to take for the second year in a row. If I were to attempt to switch out of this class, I would end up with the hole because there are simply not enough classes at NHS. And we can't take that Smith class because it would run into fourth period. With my guidance counselor, we looked through every single course, trying to find a way for me to take a class that semi-excited me. And none of them fit into my schedule. We tried AP Calculus, AP Statistics, AP World, AP Lang, AP Chemistry, language classes that would require me to test out of the lower level class. And since I'm required to take both semesters of band as drum major, as a last-ditch effort to allow me to try to find a solution, we looked at other classes that the band director is teaching, but neither were classes I was able to take. Many of my friends know that I hate scheduling my classes for the upcoming school year, and that every year I get stressed to the point of tears. They can attest this year. And I should mention that stress rarely brings me to tears. Choosing classes is not something that I take lightly because I want to make sure that I have classes that actually interest me. So I choose them meticulously and with great care. Yet every year, I don't get into all of the classes I signed up for. And this current school year, and now it seems like next school year too, I will be forced into taking a class that I do not want to take. One of the most appealing aspects about coming to NHS from JFK was the variety of classes that I would be able to take. But what good is that when you can't even take the classes that excite you? This huge problem could be solved by hiring the teachers that NHS needs. Our teachers can't even teach all of the students at NHS. That's unacceptable. This may sound familiar to you, and that's probably because at every meeting we come to you asking you to fund our schools. And now that lack of funding has created a hole in so many students' learning paths.
Thank you. Next is Maritha Wallace on Zoom.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maritha Wallace. I am a paraprofessional at JFK, and I kudos to Ketty and Matt and to our graduates of 8th grade moving up into 9th grade today, and not yesterday, but the day before. And I just wanted to read a quote by James Baldwin that I think is really important at this time. And it says this: "The children are always ours, every single one of them, all over the globe. And I am beginning to suspect that whoever is incapable of recognizing this may be incapable of morality." So, not my words, but something that I have felt so deeply, that we are under, from many different ways, a moral obligation to protect each other from what is going on in this world. Now, I get it. Massachusetts, it's a great little hub. However, we need to protect our students, which means there should never be high school kids saying we can't get our classes because they're going to need them to further their education if that is the way they need to go. We seriously need to figure out a way to advocate again for this strong budget because the children are ours. And if you don't feel that responsibility, that's on you all. Because I feel it very deeply when our kids can't read. They can't have a hard time writing a paragraph, knowing their math tables. These are all things that nobody should be fighting over at any time. So I am asking that you would become morally capable of taking care of our education for our students. Again, not my quote, but James Baldwin's. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Scarlett Bowman.
Hi everyone, my name is Scarlett Bowman and I live in Florence. Tonight I want to talk about the scheduling crisis and not only how it affects so many of our current students, but the entire future of our school and district. I first wanted to talk about how this has affected our school culture these past few days. So many of our daily conversations this past week have been about getting called down to guidance and being forced into classes that people either never signed up for, even as an alternate, or not even in the school building because there aren't any other options, or asynchronous HCC classes. I don't think I've gone a single class period in the past 2 days without hearing the term third period hole, and this problem with third period second semester not having any high-level classes is mostly affecting juniors and seniors, but also it is affecting the entire future of the student body. I know that if I was a freshman and hearing all of these conversations about not being able to take the classes that you want, as a senior, when you're supposed to have priority, would have been very demoralizing. Freshman year, you don't really have many options for what kinds of classes you get to take. But what excited me was being able to take classes I'm interested in the future, like AP Euro and AP Bio. As we all know, this is a result of teaching positions cut at the high school from last year's budget cuts. But now, by simply keeping this way of running things, we are calling this level services. What kind of school that is functioning and adequately funded is forcing students out of the building to take classes at Smith College for almost half of the year? For the past 2 years, we have been saying this would happen. We have been saying that the lack of funding would make scheduling infinitely harder and decrease competitiveness in our district. Now is the time to restore these positions rather than normalizing what is definitely not normal.
Next on Zoom is vote. I can see November 20. Please state your name or city or town. There you go. Hello? You're unmuted. Okay. I don't know if you're having trouble unmuting or just being silent, but we can wait for, are you timing?
I stopped.
Oh, okay.
I continue.
I don't know. I'm going to put your hand down, and if you are trying and cannot unmute, then you can try again in a bit. In the room is Zara.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zara Usman. I live in Florence, and I am the newly elected president of the Student Union. Thanks, guys. You all received an email from me regarding my experience with the whole, and more specifically, being kicked out of Honors Spanish 5 because the school is unable to run 2 sections and unable to switch me into any other classes because it would create a whole third period second semester. Most of the responses I received were really kind and focused on working towards a solution. This needs to be a reality. I hope you all understand that this is a serious issue. Most colleges I'm looking at require 4 years of a foreign language, and being unable to take it would harm my admissions process. As compensation, I asked my guidance counselor if I could take AP Calc, but again, taking this class would create a hole in my third period. It isn't just me. As you have undoubtedly heard from constituents, this is a reality for many. And on a more personal note, it crushes my hopes for senior year. Now I'm going to be out of the school, in classes without any friends, and as student union president, this means another harsh reality. When I'm supposed to be at the peak of my awareness and the goings-on of NHS, I will be more removed than ever. So, please don't make this worse by doing the phone ban. That would be even worse for my senior year. For me, this is one of the first times that the budget cuts that I fought so hard against have affected me in a tangible way that I can pinpoint. Me, not others. I've showed up to these meetings before out of concerns for others, but today I am here with my own anecdotes. Throughout this week, I have felt so exhausted, and as I sat in Ms. Castro's office hearing my scheduling options, or lack thereof, I only felt frustrated. Isn't this what we said was going to happen 2 years ago, and at every meeting since? I wish you could have experienced the daily life this week, seen my AP Euro drawing of everyone in my class in the hole, walked through the halls seeing people crying coming out of guidance, and the words "third period hole" coming out of their mouths. My solution to the whole is 3 Smith classes. Yes, I was planning on taking 1, and taking more history will probably be more engaging than Spanish, but 3 Smith classes takes me out of my home, which is NHS. I am literally unable to take classes at my own high school. So this begs the question, why am I still here if my only educational options are at college? Here's the truth. Privileged people will leave. Wouldn't you take your kid out of this district if you knew she wouldn't have access to the classes she wanted to take? Our district is proving this year that we are no longer competitive. And to address the response I received from a school committee member, yes, this issue is mostly affecting honor students. However, budget cuts disproportionately affect underprivileged students, so saying we need more teachers and more funding is speaking for the needs of all. The student union has always done its job well of communicating and considering the needs of all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Kiara is next.
Hello, my name is Kiara, and I live in Northampton. I'm a student here at JFK, and I see in my classes every day that the students don't know the basic things that they need to know, like the multiplication table that they should have learned in like 3rd grade. They can't do any of it, and they don't know how to do long division, fractions. Every single thing that we should have learned in elementary school, they don't know how to do in 7th grade. And I feel like this is directly related to the budget, because if we had had more interventionists at a lower age, then we wouldn't be in this position today. So I think that we need more support throughout the lower grades now, so that this problem does not persist throughout the upcoming kids in our district. I also hear many people every single day saying that they're just going to switch to Smith Boak immediately out of 8th grade because they know that they won't be able to do the things that they want and need to do in life at NHS, because we just don't have the resources that we need. But if we had a stronger budget, then I think that many of these problems would go away, and that many of the students that feel the need to go to Smith Boak would stay in the district because they had faith in it to fulfill their education needs. Thank you.
Thanks. Rounding it out is Giselle.
Hi everyone, I'm Giselle. I live in Northampton, and I just graduated from NHS a couple weeks ago. And I did not expect to be back at one of these meetings so soon, but here I am. Yeah, I will just say I was away for my family this past week, and I kept getting texts from Aunt Lucia saying, "Oh my God, our school is in shambles right now," pretty much, and I did not think that that it kind of a situation we are in was going to get much worse, but here we are, and yeah, it makes me really sad and disappointed in the school and the district and the city that we're here further into budget problems. I will say that as in my 4 years at NHS, I was very lucky to have no scheduling problems ever, and I got to take basically every single class that I signed up to take, which was definitely a big help in my college process, and I was pretty successful in that. And it makes me sad to think that my classmates and friends like Zara, who are going through the process this upcoming fall, and my sisters, who will be doing that in a couple years, will maybe not have that same strength in their applications, especially as college admissions gets more and more competitive each year. And I'll also say that as a friend and a classmate and a student at NHS, I know how hard these scheduling things can be, especially on the administrative end. And from what it sounds like, I'm just really confused about how this came to be. And I hope that there can be some solution from the committee end or the guidance counselor end, so that these students don't have to go through this anymore. And one final note, I'll say that my sister is going to be at the high school in a couple years, and I have a friend transferring into the district this year who wants my help on picking out classes that I liked or enjoyed. And hearing all of these testimonies from my friends and sister, I can't recommend those classes to my friend anymore, and even to my our younger sister, Kiara. And honestly, I don't think that my friend should come to the district because she's not going to get the same education that she has been receiving elsewhere and the education that she deserves. So, thank you.
Thanks. Next is Lisa Papadimitriou.
Hello, everyone. This is a very humbling meeting to be at. I know everyone is doing their best to solve these problems, and I was so touched by the first speaker's story about JFK and a little shocked and dismayed. But I'm Lisa Papadimitriou. I am the parent of a rising senior at Northampton High School who has fallen into the hole. As we've heard, this scheduling hole is affecting a significant number of rising seniors. The solution that was offered to my daughter, as you heard earlier, my daughter is Zara, was to take 3 classes at Smith College. Is that an honor and a privilege? Yes, absolutely. But I mean, arguably taking 1 class at Smith is an honor and a privilege, while taking 3 is really kind of a burden and very challenging. But more important than that, I just don't think that that's what public school is all about. I mean, it's great that there is an option, but frankly, if I had wanted my daughter to attend an elite private institution, I wouldn't be sending her to Northampton High School in the first place. We're really fond of talking about equity in this community, but I just want to say 2 things about equity. First, public education is supposed to be equitable, and that means that students at all levels receive an education that helps them reach their full potential, regardless of their background or circumstances. The assumption that any honors student can just take a class at Smith, particularly a night class, which was the solution offered for a number of people, assumes that they have a car. It assumes that they don't have to care for younger siblings. It assumes that they don't have an after-school job. I was an honors student who was the daughter of a single mother who had an after-school job. Honors students need support too. They're not all just privileged kids. Second, public school is about community. It's about being in community with one another. If a bunch of the honors students are simply herded out of the school to take class elsewhere, the entire school community suffers, just as if all of the athletes were herded out of the school community, or if all the drama-ramas were herded out of the community, or any other subset of the school community. It is not only this community that has value, but it's all of the communities intersecting and the interrelationship of them. So if my daughter is taking 3 out of 8 classes at Smith, that means she's out of the building for a large chunk of the day.
You could finish your sentence, Lisa.
Okay, yeah, it's a staffing problem. That's it. And I know that you can find a solution because I know you want to.
Thank you. Deborah on Zoom. Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. I came to a bunch of meetings last year because this happened last year. This happened to the seniors last year. My senior was told there were no classes for them to take, ironically, spring semester, period 3. So this is not new. This is a direct result of last year's budget cuts. And from what I understand from NACE and the teachers is it's been building for years. So the English teacher came, we all heard her tears. Everyone pleaded that these budget cuts not happen, and it was a direct result to the high school. I think the choices mine was given was French 4, and they had never taken French, or TA. And I believe Karen Hidalgo, who's a guidance counselor at the high school, last year said there were 39 students offered TA positions. I may be wrong on that. I don't have a photographic memory or whatever, but these are choices. The city has money to fund the high schools. I can't believe this whole new group of kids and parents need to come up here and say this after it was said last year. Some of the kids who don't have classes are not just honors students. They're also students on IEPs, like Andrea Bertini was saying. Zara's been to all these meetings too. I mean, this is not new. So I don't know really what I want to say here, but this is a choice that this city is making to underfund its schools. Yeah, this is a choice. The school committee has the ability to advocate to city council. City council appears to not be listening. The superintendent and you, mayor, as the head of school committee, needs to be fighting for the kids in your district. I know that you have a kid who will soon be a senior at NHS. And I will tell you that my kid wasn't able to be an attractive applicant to some of the top schools that they were applying to because they were told, oh, you have a pass-fail class. This is a kid who's had an average of 4.0 or 100 every year they've been in school. So if anyone wants to hear any tips, let me know, but please advocate for the students and the families in this district. You're choosing not to fund the schools. That's what this is. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I saw, were there a couple more names? Yeah. Why don't you, can you say what the top name is and we can get that? That's what I thought. Catherine.
The gap left in over 75 student schedules has the potential to be incredibly destroying to those students. Currently, students have been presented with the choice of taking an off block that period and not having a class, which is an option which would be incredibly damaging for students seeking and applying to higher education. Another option has been to take a lower level filler class, which again would harm those applications. The other option that I've heard proposed is that the students affected take an evening college class. While this would provide the desired educational benefits, and for some it may be possible, for so many NHS students, being required to take an evening class would conflict with other extracurriculars, sports, and jobs. Some students would be forced to choose between the class and their other interests, a choice which should not need to be made. Extracurriculars are essential to college applications, but also essential for the well-roundedness and general happiness of students. Furthermore, there are students who work jobs, have family responsibilities, or have other things outside of school that they cannot compromise with having to take a class outside of school hours. A school should be able to teach their students within the time of its day and should not force students to compromise their other necessary things to get a full education. We are not asking for superficial, unnecessary things. We aren't even asking for the ability to further our educations. We are asking for all students to be able to get the education that they go to school to get.
Our interests and our time and our outside responsibilities should not have to be taken away in order to just get an education. We are asking for the bare minimum. We need to fund NHS to get this at least bare minimum.
Can you state your name and city or town?
Catherine Peters, and what's the other thing?
Your city or town?
Oh, Northampton.
Thank you, Catherine. Appreciate it. Next is Helen. I think that says. Helen.
Hello, I'm Helen Tajarian, and I am a resident in Sunderland, which is not in the area, but it's nearby, I would say 30 minutes, or a little bit more, give or take. So, I would like to echo the points brought up by my peers and give you some context. Before my sophomore year, I moved abroad, from abroad to Sunderland. As someone who was accommodated by the gifted program for a small portion of my formative years, I know that my local rural high school did not have enough course offerings for me to gain any new knowledge. So I school choiced into Northampton High School because it had the AP classes that I can take and that I need. I've been stuck taking classes before that I've already tested out of, and that wasn't what I wanted in high school. This schedule hole makes me less competitive. I'm not saying that lightly. I entered this school in my sophomore year and took Latin 1 because my foreign language for my previous school was not available at this school. I tested out of Latin 2 and 3 and took Latin 4 this year. Next year, I will not be able to take Honors Latin 5. In fact, I will not be able to take any foreign language classes next year, and which makes me ineligible for multiple top schools with foreign language requirements. Like Zara, I will have to take 3 Smith classes. In fact, I will not be able to take, because I'm not even sure how that will work. I have to take 3 Smith classes, and I live in Sunderland, and I have a twin brother, and I have 1 car. My brother also has to take Smith classes during different periods. I'm not sure how I will be able to get to Smith in time and then get back to school in time to attend my classes because I simply do not have the accommodations for that. How am I supposed to be expected to have multiple vehicles to be able to drive separately when originally I was just supposed to go to the school that I school choiced into specifically for the courses that they offer, which I'm now being told I can no longer take. Almost half of the classes I will be taking next year will be at Smith, not at Northampton High School. There is no other alternative that I could find, and I am so grateful to the guidance department for working with me to be able to make the best schedule possible, but this is not acceptable. I'm just not sure how to proceed because when applying to colleges, I'm not sure what I'll even be able to apply to because I won't even meet the requirements for many of them. I've only taken 2 years of Latin. I commute over an hour a day to go to NHS. Some days I commute 3 hours, 4 hours. I do the sports. I'm active in the community. I've done a lot for Northampton. I am on the youth commission and the student union, and I really love Northampton as a municipality. But this is not sustainable. The fact that next year everybody is facing this issue and that I'm not even sure how I'll be able to attend my classes that I have gone out of my way to take at this school is not acceptable. Thank you.
Next is Makaborski on Zoom.
Melissa Makaborski, I live in Northampton. I just wanted to say that I'm listening to all these comments. I'm so sorry to hear about them. I heard somebody say that they felt that the city does want to fund the schools. I'm really sad to say that after watching what's gone on here for the past year and a half, I disagree. I don't think that the city wants to fund the schools. We had an $11.6 million surplus and we chose not to fund our schools. So what I'm going to say is that when the election comes up in November, all of the positions, mayor, city council, school committee, these are all up for grabs in November. Please, everyone vote because our children's future really does depend on it. Thank you.
Next in the room is Paula Regano.
Hi, I'm Paula Regano, Northampton. I'm a paraeducator at Northampton High School. And I have lived this week watching students upset, crying, not knowing what to do. And I'm going to keep this short because they have said it more eloquently than I ever could. But it is our responsibility to educate these children. It is not Smith College's job. It is okay. It's wonderful that they have that opportunity, but that is not their school. That is not their community. And it is not Smith College's job to educate high school students in Northampton. That is our job. That is this city's job. That is this district's job. And we're not doing a good job of it right now. And something has got to change. Thank you.
Anyone else in the room who hasn't spoken? Go ahead, Nadia.
Hello, Nadia, Northampton. I wasn't, Loie or Zalek. Wasn't planning to speak. I literally just came off a 3-hour shift from work, but I think that this is an important enough issue that I should come up here and add my point to it. I'm not personally affected by these upcoming third period issue changes, but I know so many of my friends and fellow classmates who are, and it's just crazy to me that in school, the one thing you don't want to have to worry about is not being able to take classes. If anything, people are stressed out about is my course too rigorous? Is there too much I have to do? I feel like it being a worry that people are not going to have hard enough classes is a bigger issue than anything we faced this whole year. Also, I think that what was just mentioned, that relying on Smith is a crazy thing to do, because we're talking about, obviously, if you have high honor students, yes, they can take courses at Smith, but this is an issue that's facing a lot of kids in our grade, and not everyone is going to have the time in their schedule or the if they're already taking other hard classes to want to have to put in that much to a college level class, and an already prestigious level college class. So it's you're either choosing between leaving a hole in your schedule, not being able to take a class that is going to help you get into college, or having to struggle through a class that may be too hard for you to take. That's not something you want to balance out, especially in your senior year of high school, where you're already doing with college admissions, everything, figuring out where you're gonna be, figuring out where you're gonna live. Why would you wanna add to the stress of that to students who are already going through so much every single day? Plus, we're losing half our teachers. It's just it seems day after day, I'm up here, everyone's up here speaking on more and more issues, and you would think at some point, we're gonna plateau, we're not gonna have anything, but clearly we're just adding on to more and more. And it's my last year at NHS. I kind of was hoping for a nice and calm year, but what it's seeming to pan out to is something disastrous. And I think that's really sad for all the seniors who are gonna be at NHS, because I think we would like to look back on our years and look back on them fondly, but it doesn't seem like that's gonna be the case for this next year if this continues as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. Anybody else? Okay, then we're gonna move on from public comment. Thank you, everybody. And next are announcements. I'll start. We will have on the agenda of our August meetings. We don't meet in July. We meet next in August. So we'll have on the agenda for the August 14th meeting a discussion about next steps for a certain superintendent search, as Dr. Bonner's last day at MPS will be next year on June 30th, 2026. So that will be on the August agenda. Any other announcements? Yeah. Talk.
I just want to announce that tomorrow from 5 to 6:30 at the Center for the Arts at 33 Holly Street, the NEF is having a showcase of all of the small grants that they've provided and all the programs that are being provided by the grants. They're being showcased again tomorrow, 5 to 6:30 at the Center for the Arts.
Great, thank you. Any other announcements? Okay, seeing none. We are going to move on to recommended actions. I'm going to read through. We have a lot of minutes. Great job, Cassie. So I'm going to read through all of them and then ask if there are any removals, because there's no discussion on recommended actions. So starting with our last meeting, May 8th, 2025, school committee meeting minutes, then May 13th, 2021, November 12th, 2020, December 10th, 2020, October 22nd, 2020, October 20th, 2020, October 8th, 2020, September 15th, 2020, August 6th, 2020, July 9th, 2020, June 2nd, 2020, April 13th, 2020, April 7th, March 26th, and August 6th, all 2020. Any removals of those minutes? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes, all of the minutes that you just read
And
out.
the recommended actions, okay. Motion's made by Member Miller, seconded by?
I'll second it.
By Member Davis. And is Member Weisenfreund on Zoom now?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. So then we need to do a roll call.
Member Casey?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
No.
Member Hennessy? Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Labouty? Oh, sorry. Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes. Okay, those are approved. Moving on to our next set of recommended actions. Again, I will read them and then ask if there are any removals. A is a donation to Northampton High School Library from the Better World for $1,639.79. B, transfer request of $16,000 from certain IT accounts to software license fees. C, transfer request for $62,940 from tuition to special education teacher. D, superintendent request to carry over vacation time. E, second reading on the student directory. F, approval of a field trip for the Northampton High School Band and Choir to Williamsburg Heritage Festival. This is next April 2026 with Susan Dillard. And G, a vote on an MOA for a registered nurse substitute. And H, the revised school year 2025-2026 calendar. Are there any removals? Member Stein.
Could we remove B, C, and H?
Did you say B or D?
B as in boy.
B as in boy, C, and H?
Yep.
Okay, is there a motion on A and D and E and F and G?
I'll make a motion to accept those
Approve,
minutes
okay.
that have not been removed.
Recommended
Those recommended actions, excuse me. Thank you.
Okay, motion's been made by Member Gazy, seconded by? Member Hennessy. Roll call, please.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy? Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Gacy?
Yes.
Okay, those are approved. So moving on to B, which is the transfer request for IT. Member Stein?
Yeah, I was just hoping to get a sense of what we're transferring to and where it's coming from and why we're transferring it. I couldn't tell from the transfer request form what was happening.
With this?
Bobby's
Bob, okay. Yep. Hi, Bobby, can you unmute? Or do you need to be made can you make Bobby a co-host, please? In here. There you go. Get you started.
Oh, thanks.
Okay. Excuse me. So for the IT piece, that is some of the smaller tech maintenance repair lines in the individual schools going to, and also the internet access and other expense for the data. That's going to the school-wide district licenses. So we needed to increase the school-wide district licenses, and we were able to take it from the smaller lines that we did not need to access this year, current year.
Any other questions on that item? Nope. Okay, seeing none, roll call, please, Cassie.
Was there a motion on that one?
Oh, I apologize. I don't think there was. Does someone want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the budget transfer request, which is item
16,000.
B.
Motion's made by Member Gazy. Seconded by?
Second.
Member Miller. Roll call, please.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Hennessy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yep.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Gacy.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Okay, great. Next C, the transfer request of 62,940. Also next.
So, oh,
Yeah, same question.
so,
Go ahead. Go ahead, Bobby.
okay. So this is what this was that when we wrote, not we, but when Director Holloway wrote the 240 grant, he decided to put that into out-of-district tuition rather than in salary, because if we pay into salary, we also have to pay an additional 9% to MTRS. So in order to save us that money that would have cost us, we used it in out-of-district, and that transfer was never made within the budget. So this is just correcting that. So it's just a change in how the funding happened. And letting us use more funding because we're using it for tuition rather than salary, which, again, we'd have to pay that MTRS 9%.
Okay.
So we're moving it from that line, from that account, essentially. So we received it from the 240 grant. We're moving it from the tuition account. We're moving it to the special education teacher salary account. And is that to pay, like, essentially just to cover costs that we incurred this year for special education teachers?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion or questions on this item? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the transfer request from tuition to special education teacher.
Second.
Motion's made by Member Gazy, seconded by Member Miller. Roll call, please.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Hennessy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yep.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Gacy.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Okay. And moving to H, which is the revised school year 25-26 calendar. Sure.
Yeah, just wondering what was revised. Yeah.
So there were two changes on the calendar, one being the change of the professional development from March 12th to September 16th. Excuse me, September 16th to accommodate the primary election. And the second change was a miscalculation in terms of the number of school days. So that has been corrected.
I do have a question, and I apologize that I'm doing it this late.
Member Hennessy, can you use the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know it happened this year, and I'm wondering if it was okay. On May 6th, it's a half-day workday, and it is an AP exam date in the afternoon. And I know that happened this year. It felt like, I'm wondering if that was a problem. And if, that's what I'm wondering.
I'll just say that this was discussion that was had with members of the faculty and staff, and that was the date that was arrived on.
Okay.
Any other questions about the calendar? Okay. Is there a motion?
Motion to accept the revised school year 2025-2026 calendar.
Motion's made by Member Gazy, seconded by Member Stein. Roll call, please.
Member Hennessy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yeah.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Gacy.
Yes.
Member Weisenfront.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Great, that passes, and we are moving on to new business, and we have the NEF Spring Small Grant to educators, and I want to invite Sam Hopper and Jennifer Sanders James up. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having us. I'm Sam Hopper, and along with my wonderful friend and colleague Jennifer Sanders James, we co-chair NEF Small Grants to Educators. We're going to talk about small grants, and then our colleague Joy is going to talk about endowment grants. But just so folks know, we also have time-sensitive grants. We do a book fund, and then we also have the Daniel Stephen Goldstein Fund for the Arts at Northampton High School. So tonight we are asking for you to formally accept $32,950.35 to fund 11 proposals in the schools. More details about the proposals are going to be on our website soon, so long as you accept this. And then they're also in packets, so if folks are watching at home, it's linked in the agenda. Thank you, Cassie. So the first grant for Northampton Public Schools is a 4th grade Skinner Mountain field trip. It's a year 1 grant for $1,730 at Bridge Street Elementary School. The project leads are Elizabeth Bile and John Sikowski. And this will fund educator time, consultant time, and transportation for the field trip. The next one is Joyfully Integrating Robotics, also a first-year grant. This is for $4,969.30 at all 4 of the elementary schools, led by David Cantler and Greg Baker, and this funds educator time and materials. The next one is the NHS Literary Magazine, another first-year grant for $1,436.99 at Northampton High. The project lead is Haley Pearl, and this will fund materials and printing. The next one is Stars Above NHS and JFK, a year 1 grant for $4,895. This is a joint grant with JFK Middle School and Northampton High, and it's led by Lama Maynard and Matt Heaney. And this will fund educator and consultant time for the project. Next is Movement Break Activities, another year 1 grant for $2,979.06 at Leeds Elementary. This is led by Nina Schreier and Jillian Whalen, and this will fund materials for the project. The next one is Building Bridges, Drama and ELA Integration in the Classroom, another first-year grant for $3,000. This is at JFK Middle School and Smith Oak High School, and this will fund educator time and materials. Okay, I'll keep going. The next one is Take It Outside, another first-year grant for $3,000 at Bridge Street. The leads are Elizabeth Monopoly, Katie Corton, and Chrissy Larson, and this funds consultant time for the project. The next one is a year 2 grant. It's the UCH Experience Skills for Life School Series for $3,000 at Bridge Street, led by Carrie Foley and Tasha Rimini, and this funds the performances for the project. Next, we have Rest in Peace, Science, History, and the Ethics of the Bone Trade. This is a first-year grant for $3,410, and it's at JFK Middle School and Northampton High. And this project funds, it's led by Kate Parrott and Megan Murphy, and it funds educator time, DNA testing, and shipping costs. The next grant is Math as a Team Sport. This is a year 1 grant for $2,180 at Northampton High. The project leads are Leo Atarides and Heather Fuller, and this funds educator time, competition fees, and books. The next one is the NHS Visiting Artist Series, a year 1 grant for $2,350 at Northampton High. The project leads are Louise Martindale and Zoe Sasson, and this funds educator time, consultant time, and materials. And I think those are all the Northampton Public Schools ones.
So we're going to ask that y'all accept these grants from NEF to the schools.
Thank you. Before we make a motion to accept these very generous grants, would anyone like to ask some questions or have some discussion? Member Weisenfreud.
I just wanted to say I wanted to thank the Northampton Education Foundation for their generosity and thoughtfulness.
Thank you. Member Stein?
Thank you. I echo that gratitude. And I was just curious if you could tell us, share a little bit about the process and maybe how many applicants you had, because these are really awesome projects, and I'm just curious how that process went this year.
I think we had about twice as many applications as we were able to fund. We draw our funding from direct community donations, community support and donations, as well as we have 2 fundraisers a year, the NEF Spelling Bee and the NEF Plant Sale. So the Spelling Bee, which is in October. Is in October. All of the funding for that goes to small grants to educators. So the amount that we are able to grant out comes directly from the community. The process, folks apply, we have guidelines. We're regularly changing the guidelines to respond to community feedback, to applicant feedback. We have a committee of 18 people. So Jennifer and I chair it, and then who's on it?
We have 2 high school students from
3.
Northampton, 2 high school students from Northampton High School, 1 student from Smith Vogue. We have representatives from all of the schools, and then we have community members. We try to make sure our community members have a tie into education or involved, or actually alumni. So we always try to make sure that we're thoughtful with it. And Dr. Bonner also has been the only, and Member Miller, but yes, Member Miller is also on the board. But I will say Dr. Bonner was the first and only superintendent that's ever attended the meetings and provided like such feedback in that kind of way in person over and over again, and it's always been appreciated and noted by NAF.
Thank you. So the committee reads all the grants, makes recommendations. As a group, we vote on them, majority rules. We then notify all grantees whether they were awarded or not and why. We give them feedback if they weren't and encourage folks to apply again the next cycle. The board then accepts it, and then we have to bring it to the school committee to formally accept it. And then we can give out the money. Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I just want to say, I'll just add that it's a very representative group and that we thoroughly review every single application. And there's a lot of debate and discussion, and it's not easy to decide sometimes one grant versus another, but we do our best with the amount we have. So.
Thanks. We'll always take more money if you want to give us more. We'll want to make a donation to NEF. We will take your money and use it wisely.
We have a little issue with giving money right now.
Or
I'm kidding. I'm being facetious.
The people of Northampton. Okay. If there's no further discussion, would someone please make a motion to accept?
I'll make a motion to accept the generosity of the NEF in the funds in these grants.
All grants funds, great.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, motion made by Member Miller, seconded by Member Reisenfreud. Roll call, please, Cassie, when you're ready.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Gacy?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreud?
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes, with much gratitude.
Okay, thank you. Yes, did you want to say something else? I did. I just wanted to echo Member Miller's statement earlier about the NEF showcase tomorrow night at 33 Holly Street. Teachers are very generously taking extra time out of their last day, I guess, of school. Is that right?
Last full day.
Last full day of school to come and spend that evening with us. So we really invite the community to come down and see some of the grants that were paid for or done during this school year. So we do invite the community to do that. And I also just want to make a small pitch and say that my co-chair is leaving me after 3 years. She's finishing her term, and this is her last time with us. So thank you to Sam and her time on the NEF board. We really appreciate it. It's going to be awful without her. And that being said, NEF is asking community members if they're interested to come and join our board and be a part of NEF, because Sam is ditching us. Thank you, Sam, for all that work.
Thank you.
And next, we have the NEF Endowment Fund grants, and you are not Marty Wall?
No, you You can tell I'm not Marty Wall because I'm a lot better looking than he is. Sorry, Marty. Okay, make that joke because we're friends. My name is Joy Hermanson, and I am here as a board member of the Northampton Education Foundation, and also I serve on the Endowment Grants Committee. So this is my 4th year serving on the Endowment Grants Committee and my 2nd year on the NEF board, and I am filling in for Marty tonight. So I am going to read my statement as written, and hopefully be able to answer any of your questions as somebody who has been in the room when the decisions have been made. So thank you all for having me here tonight. NEF is pleased to inform the school committee and our community of this year's elementary grade endowment grants. As we explained in March, upon awarding grants to the high school under the new and increased granting structure, JFK Middle School is presently exploring how best to utilize its NEF $80,000 perpetual 3-year grant beginning in school year 2025-26. These elementary school grants we offer today mark the conclusion of their conventional process. And we will now have the preschool and elementary levels explore how best to benefit the school experience with their NEF $150,000 perpetual 3-year award starting in school year 2026-27. All of this has been done under the Northampton Education Foundation protocols in direct collaboration with all the school councils. These funds are generated by the Northampton Education Foundation Endowment Fund, and under its umbrella, the named NEF funds are the Bank ESB Fund, the Eli Daniel Nemitz Todd Memorial Fund, the Florence Bank Fund for Public Education, the Marie Hershkowitz Memorial Fund, the Northampton Area Pediatrics Fund, and the Principal Gwen Agna Fund for Northampton Public Education. So the 2 endowment grants funded are, first, Grow Food Northampton. The schools benefiting will be all of the elementary schools. The project leads for the project are Molly Aronson and Michael Skillicorn, and we are awarding $11,000. Grow Food Northampton will deepen their engagement with students by exploring the historical, climate-related, ethnic, racial, and cultural roots of the food system, concepts of food sovereignty and justice, and the dynamics surrounding food access in our society, including in our local Northampton community. Through hands-on, interactive, creative, age-appropriate food and farm-based learning, I can get through that, about critical food and agriculture issues in our community and the world around us, students will develop the knowledge and skills to become advocates for fair and just agricultural, climate, and food systems. The project is comprised of 2 core components. First component is hands-on, place-based, and curriculum-connected field trips for all children in kindergarten through 5th grade. These trips to the Grow Food Northampton Community Farm will expand food literacy, climate change adaptation and resilience knowledge and skills, and an understanding of food and farming justice and equity. These interactive field trips, accessible to students of all abilities and learning styles, will emphasize the natural, agricultural, and abolitionist history of Northampton and Florence to facilitate deeper connections to our local community and food system. The second component is hands-on classroom lessons for all elementary grade levels. Lessons will focus on the food system, both local and national, and the lessons are designed to integrate food and agriculture as a tool for teaching science, social studies, social, emotional, and health curricula. The second grant is a $29,000 grant awarded to Math Recovery. This will also benefit all elementary schools in Northampton Public Schools. The project leads are Becca Natali, Aaron Duffy, Michael Sustick, Carrie Foley, and Joanne and Trader. This project provides in-depth training for math interventionists and special education teachers across all 4 elementary schools to achieve a Math Recovery Specialist Level 2 certification, building upon the Level 1 training all of the participants have already received. The team has found the first part of this training to be invaluable for their work with students in grades kindergarten through 2nd who are struggling in math. And the second portion of the certification focuses on how to support grade 2 through 5 students in upper elementary math topics, including multi-digit addition and subtraction, multiplication, and division. With this information, the specialist will better support students and teachers around these goals. After the course is complete, the team plans to build a website for Northampton Public School teachers and families that will support math understanding at home and provide appropriate resources. None of this work can happen without the amazing generosity and commitment of the Northampton community, and that commitment that the community has shown in championing public education for the benefit of us all. So thank you to the school committee and to our Northampton community. We and our city students are eternally grateful for you, for your continued support in these efforts.
Thank you. And we are eternally grateful to NEF. Any questions or comments about the endowment fund grants? Yes, Member Casey.
That's incredible. I just am so impressed, and having gone through math recovery training myself, it is invaluable. I love the fact that we are continuing on it. And as for the whole food and network and ecological change and everything else, I mean, that is the crisis that is facing us. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, many thanks to the community organizations and partners that have come forward and, you know, made these grant proposals and are doing this work. I mean, it is an honor to be able to have a part in funding them and helping make them happen. Yeah. There are some really incredible organizations in our community doing this work.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay.
It's just amazing how the NEF is able to fund such important work in the schools, and we're so grateful.
Thank you very much. We humbly accept your gratitude, and we hope to be continually coming to you year after year with more and more opportunities to fund these really innovative projects in the school district.
Thank you. Okay, is there a motion to accept?
Oh, I'll make a motion to accept the NEF grants.
Second.
From the
Okay, motion's made by Member Miller, seconded by Member Gazy to accept the NEF endowment grant fund grants. Roll call, please.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Gacy.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Hennessy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, all of you from NEF tonight. Appreciate it. Okay, that brings us to the cell phone policy direction.
Okay. But there are just like statistics. I've been doing a lot of research, and the statistics now, 97% of students use cell phones during the school day. 72% of high school teachers report that it's a major distraction in classes. 40% of children 8 to 12 are on social media. 95% of teens. 1/3 of all teens reported exposure to pornography during the school day. Adolescents who are exposed to cyberbullying are 4 times more likely to report suicidal thoughts. My grandchild has been a target of cyberbullying, and despite administrative interventions, it has persisted all year. You know, it's like whack-a-mole. And it has necessitated a safety plan just to navigate the school halls without being punched or slapped or whatever. I mean, it's crazy. Since 2010, depression rates of depression have, 2010 is sort of like when cell phones mainly became so ubiquitous, have skyrocketed 143%. It's, you know, the cafeteria is quiet. I mean, there's so many different reasons why. And I have to say that it's my own family's personal experience that has really made me lead this charge. It's awful. So we came up with, also 25 states now have legislated cell phone policies, including both Democratic and Republican states, California, Ohio, Florida, Utah, Virginia, Indiana, Connecticut just passed a policy requiring that all of their, they did this in May, that all of their districts adopt policies limiting cell phone use. So is Oregon. I mean, it is a totally different landscape that you guys are growing up in than we did. And it's so frightening to me. And I think that school needs to be focused. And, oh, here's another crazy statistic. Where was this one? Teenagers get, where is that? 50% of kids get 237 notifications a day.
How many?
237 notifications per day. Some receive as much as 44,500. You know, your phone's always blowing up. It's always demanding attention. And we all know that when young brains are given something that is extremely, almost endorphin-like, it has its rewards, whether it's whoever, that
Not
they
just
get
young brains.
repeated, what?
Not
Young brains?
just not just young brains.
Yeah, my brain too. They get, but young brains are more plastic. And they get a groove. It's like when you learn something, you walk a path through the woods, and then you walk it again, and then you walk again, and gradually you get to the end quicker, you learn the shortcuts and stuff, and, you know, after a while you've got, you know that next thing. But what cell phones have been doing is giving, with that big shot of, it's not endorphins, but whatever.
Dopamine?
Dopamine, thank you. They end up sort of almost rewiring and needing that dopamine hit. And I'm not very eloquent here, but so we have designed two policies, A and B, that we've shown you. One, which I prefer, I think is policy B, is the one that gives the superintendent and the school administrators the lead in designing how they want their policy to look. And the other one is, if you don't trust in your superintendent and your administrators to do a good job, it has more specific, all the restrictions and consequences and terms of what the way life would look. So the Rules and Policy Committee would like some direction from the rest of the school committee on what you would prefer us, which way do you want to go? I assume that you can see the, should I share my screen or something to show this to?
Sure. I mean, it'll be hard to read, but.
Yeah. Well,
the shorter ones would.
The shorter one's okay, yeah. And then I can just briefly review this. Let's see, share screen. Share that. So, there. So the smaller one directs that the students' personal devices be turned off and locked away for the school day using a storage method as determined by the superintendent. The school committee further directs that the superintendent create guidelines for the use of personal electronic devices at other times, including bus transportation and school-sponsored events. The other one is actually based on the Chicopee policy, which Member Hennessy has experienced, and we modified it. This one, it says they must be turned off way, kept out of sight. And allowable, that's off and away, but I meant that one is not right. Violations of the policies. And then there was a piece on searches too, which I was unsure of. So. So I was wondering whether you want us to write a policy that has more, the first policy, the shorter policy was the version of Pioneer Valley Regional School District. The second one was Chicopee one. And I was wondering which direction to go.
Okay. Member Miller.
Having read them about a million times, I have questions. The second one is clearly gives the superintendent the responsibility of designing how this will happen. It seems like both policies require that students, when they enter the school, need to put their cell phones somewhere, in a device, in a pouch, whatever. But the shorter policy basically says that it's up to the superintendent to design how that will happen. There's no difference between the two in terms of that requirement. Both of them are saying that cell phones will be deposited in some form of pouch or whatever all day, and that they will not have access to their phones all day during the school day. Now, my question in the longer one, it says there's a lot of exceptions possible, but it doesn't say why or how
A lot of
those exceptions would occur, and who makes that decision as to whether an exception is allowed? What are the criteria for the exception, et cetera?
A lot of the exceptions, for instance, if there is a 504 or an IEP or a medical reason that you need your phone, and I hear that actually there are very few 504s and stuff that actually require the use of a phone, but they require documentation written documentation to support the need. So for a medical thing from a doctor or written into the IEP. And then those are specific exceptions.
So can I ask a follow-up question? My follow-up question would be whether, and it may need to be delineated in the policy, is in that case, for example, will the cell phone be that if the need for the cell phone is for medical reasons or whatever, is that going to happen in the office? Is that going to happen anytime during the school day? And then are other students going to say, how come that student gets the cell phone and I don't? I think a lot of that has not been worked out in terms of exceptions. And again, it's possible that the exceptions happen only maybe in the office or guidance office or something. But that maybe needs to get spelled out.
Okay. Did you want to respond to that, or should I go to the next?
I'm just looking for the part where I wrote up this. Go ahead and ask other people while I look
Okay,
that up.
Member Weisenfreud.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I think I've been, I was clear last time we had a presentation that I feel really strongly that we need to not think the same way about elementary school students as we think about high school students. And I think at the very least, I feel strongly that 11th and 12th graders should be involved in creating and drafting a cell phone policy that is more geared towards them as developing adults. I think it's more developmentally appropriate, and I think it's more respectful. So I would not support any policy that is a blanket policy for all ages. I just don't think that's developmentally appropriate or wise. I will not support policy A in any way, shape, or form. I think it's too restrictive, prescriptive, and potentially punitive. And I would not want that kind of policy in our schools. Thank you.
I would like to interject that it looks very different at elementary. Kids in elementary, they're usually off and away in the backpack, and the teacher's in the room the whole time. It's not a lot of interruption. I mean, if you had to collect them in a basket on the teacher's desk, fine, something like that. But it's not, they're not without, they're with the same teacher all day. It's a much different thing. I think that it is important to involve students. This is not a final draft by any means. As I look it over again now, I can see, I just want to get feedback on the type of, what direction do you want to go? Do you want the administrators with student input and the superintendent to define how the policy will work? Or do you want us to write an extensive, I mean, there's some policies that go on for pages, delineating all the different contours of the plan?
Yeah, Member Severika.
I guess I would, in answer directly to your question about which direction we should go, I would say starting as broad, like the shorter, the better, and especially in the beginning. But I would echo Member Boysenfrein's opinion, statement about involving students in the process.
Yes, I think that's important too. I sort of prefer the policy B, the shorter one that gives them the way to try certain things, and then if it doesn't work, you make a course adjustment. If something's, one other thing is, I can't imagine at this point in time that it would be ready to roll out in the beginning of September. But I think that, I mean, it's so crazy at the beginning of the year with everything going on, but I think that it's something that could be pushed back to November or December or whenever we've come up with a plan with a lot of input about how we can move on. Yes. Oops, sorry, that wasn't me. Go ahead. I recognize her.
Can I go to Member Hennessy first?
Oh.
Yes, I started.
I did the hand thing on the online. I like two better. I don't.
Yeah.
One thing, I feel strongly about this, but probably people think that I think one way. One of my problems with the Chicopee policy was that we weren't given, we being teachers, students, the school community, we weren't given the opportunity to figure it out. We were like figuring out independently in our classrooms or, and then being told something differently in the hallway. And then the policy was imposed on us. And as I said to a couple people on your subcommittee, it's really about buy-in, and if it's going to fail miserably. So personally, I like the second one, short, for elementary and middle to charge no phones. Like, put them somewhere, you figure it out. I don't know what works. But for high school, I'm not comfortable with B yet. I think more charging them, meaning the school, the administration, students, teachers, was saying, this, what you said at the beginning, this is a problem in our society. And you are, I mean, look at how they participate here. They're like active members, and like, let's figure out something that works, that's consistent and works in the high school. And so for me, I like elementary and middle. Let's don't have them, lock them up, put them away, figure it out. But let's charge the high school with here's the data, you're smart, it's a problem, you know this. Now how do we do it? I'm more comfortable with something like that. Period. Thank you.
Yeah, Member David. You said a lot of what I was going to say, and it has to do with the buy-in from the teachers that are going to be administering this, and then when new teachers come and haven't ever done it before, so it has to be ongoing explanations of, so that they're also aware and understanding. And the enforcement piece without having to feel punitive, I think, people, they don't want to have to feel like police in the classroom. They just, but how to do that effectively. And one of the things that I thought of, perhaps an overly slow rollout, but if the idea that, like, if elementary and middle don't have them, like you suggested, then those kids are going to be coming up without it, and they'll be used to having their day. It still might stink by senior high school, perhaps, but they'll be more accustomed to it. That's a wicked slow rollout if we wait for those kids, but they might be products of not having their phone with them all day. Whereas these kids have grown up with it, so I can imagine it's a harder change. But the teachers definitely need to know and understand what it's for.
I think it's a harder change, but I also think that the data is incontrovertible.
No, I agree.
Is that the right word? I'm not sure. That I think that it's becoming much more recognized throughout our country by all these states that it is becoming. And I know Desi is, toying with this type of legislation, policy. So that's where I am. So what I am understanding, that we would like a more open policy that delineates the superintendent to work with administrators and students to come up with something in a reasonable, as they can do it. I mean, there's so many other things on our plates. But, it only takes one Phoebe Prince. It only takes one student committing suicide for you to realize that it's not worth it, It's not your constitutional right. It's something. And maybe I'm just old and stuff.
I think that
I just wanted to add that my other concern is I don't want to put the burden on teachers to have to make a policy for each individual, like they each have to I think it's got it, whatever is worked out comes from above, like either the superintendent or someone, so they don't have to, they have input for sure, but I don't know that teachers are gonna want that responsibility for saying what this policy is, unless you want to design a policy where each teacher decides for their class. That's another option.
No, I was thinking when I say teachers and administrators, and I hope that they will all come to a sort of a policy that they, not one for this, not one for that.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. Member Stein, are you raising your hand?
Yes. Just a few thoughts. From what I'm hearing, it sounds like there is interest in, at least from a number of committee members, in pursuing a dual policy strategy, sort of treating the elementary and middle school one way, treating the high school another. So it sounds like we could get some direction for that first chunk to try to refine whatever sort of policy that would look like. Start to get something on paper, and you've given us sort of the two options. It sounds like the short one is the preference. That's what I'm hearing. The only thing I think we should add to it was just some better accommodation language for students in elementary and middle school who have to access these devices for diabetes management or all sorts of stuff. So I'd want to include some provisions and direction on how that's going to be sort of managed. So there's something to think about. But so there's that bracket. And then on the other side, I'm hearing interest in some stronger engagement with the NHS community of students on how to approach this challenge and what a cell phone policy might look like. So it seems the other question in front of us isn't so much about do we want a short policy or a long policy, but like what's the process we have to go through in order to arrive at some recommendations about the shape of the policy, like what things. So I'm wondering if we want to consider, and I don't have a good analogous example of this, it's not necessarily a working group. It's like, how do we collaborate with the student union? How do we collaborate with the teachers? How do we actually structure that process? So maybe we could think about that in August as an agenda item. We could come back and put some ideas together and maybe ask some folks in both among the staff or among the students to bring some suggestions on what that engagement could look like. But just some thoughts on how to move forward.
Okay. Okay. Can you guys be fairly concise? That'd be great.
I mean, well, first off, last meeting or whenever the other meeting that happened, that phones came up, we heard that student voices would be input, and right now it really feels like it's not, because these policies are put up to vote, even if it's not the the final policy, they've still been put up with pretty much no interaction with us other than here. No telling the students at NHS or JFK that
They're not on the agenda for a vote.
And why does it say vote on the agenda?
on which direction to go to.
Yeah, but it's still like, that's still a decision that affects us. No matter what direction that happens, it will still affect us and all other students. It's not just, is this the final plan?
So no one can hear you because you're not talking into a mic. So no one on Zoom can hear you. But like, can we be kind of brief, Sarah? Because we've got like so much more on this agenda.
I was just saying that we would be really open to meeting, and that if we would appreciate in the future, if situations like these being reached out to, like, because we are open and the student union exists for a purpose, and we can better execute that purpose if we have better communication. That's all I want to say.
I fully hope that the student union is involved. This is just the beginning of a thing. I mean, these are policy types that I'm asking, which way do you want to go? And I always imagined, and in fact, all of, there's all these work kits that are available through different states and organizations about how to do it. And in order to have a successful cell phone policy, you have to include the students and their families because there are many, many concerns. And so I'm sorry if it looked like I was just going to write this and just, without interacting. The reason why I like that shorter policy is because it envisions a community process within the school, not me writing a policy, but having a lot of feedback both ways. We have started the conversation on April 8th. I don't know if any of you went to that meeting that was at the high school in the auditorium about cell phones and stuff. It was very interesting, and had been put out on Parent Square and stuff. So there has been a small amount of community outreach. I mean, it was a 2 or 3 hour program that was very interesting. And there were some students there who communicated, but I would think that you all will be an important part of the process. And I hope that you don't feel like we're just saying, I think the writing is on the wall that there's going to be some kind of limit on cell phone use. That, I hope, is in the cards. But how it looks at different ages is still in the wind.
Okay, Member Weisenfreud.
Hi. I really appreciate Member Daisy's work on this and also her passion around this issue, which I appreciated hearing about. But I do understand the point of view that the students who are present here tonight are articulating, which I'm hearing as we shouldn't be voting on anything, nothing about us without us, right? And even the cell phone policy beat doesn't say anything about students. It says that we would direct the superintendent to figure out a policy, not in collaboration with students. So I would be in agreement with the students who are represented here not to vote on anything until whatever direction we go in makes it explicit that we would do so in collaboration with students at the high school.
Well, I'll repeat again, we are not voting on anything tonight. We're just getting a
direction.
What?
Right?
Yeah, we gave direction.
Yeah, we're getting direction. And
Right,
that's and I appreciate.
Okay, one person at a time.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think you were speaking, Member Gazy.
I appreciate your input. And we'll definitely work to include it.
Member Hennessy, is that a new hand?
Emily, can I call the question?
Is there
There's not a vote.
There's no
We're not
question.
voting. Yeah.
I'm
It's
fine.
a discussion.
Conversation then.
Okay.
Sure.
Possible?
Yeah, I don't think there's any,
Great.
it sounds like we were wrapping up, no further discussion. Okay, how are folks feeling? Do we need a recess? Push through? Okay, we are at D, request for permission for the superintendent to enter contract negotiations with the business administrator.
Okay, very briefly. So Bobby Jones is coming up to the end of her contract in October, and I'm making a request so that I can extend or open up the contract negotiations with her. That's the request.
Okay, yes, Member Serpico.
Yeah, just a question, a clarifying question about what that means and what it doesn't mean. Would the contract come back to us for a vote once the negotiations are complete?
Yes, for this particular person, yes.
Yes,
It has
yes, for this particular person.
For this position, I should say.
Right, right. In the past, I don't remember.
First of all, you all please help yourself to those cookies back there. I have no lovely children to bring them home to, so please.
Eat the cookies.
Thank you. Okay, sorry.
There's also veggies up here. Nobody wanted the veggies. Okay, just saying. So I guess my question is, are we voting tonight yes to extend, or are we voting tonight for you to open up negotiations and then we decide on an extension or not extension or what have you later? Do you understand? what
Yeah,
I'm-
so it's a formality, so it,
Right.
first of all, it gives me permission to actually entertain that.
Yeah.
And to have conversation, and so then in August, I would bring a drafted contract to this body
Mhm.
to approve.
Okay. And in the past, when I have experienced this, admittedly, we were hiring a new business administrator rather than extending a contract. But in executive session, we had a conversation about a salary range. Is that?
So I will bring you a draft contract, and yeah, so there will be a salary request on there and a range, and you all can tell me differently, so we can kind of go back and forth at that point.
So when it comes back to us, it won't just be a number, it'll be a range. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, probably a number, but if you don't like that number, you can go back and say this is the range.
Okay.
Member Stein.
Similar sort of questions that you had, and sort of two additional ones, or additional considerations I think we should consider. I am in favor of authorizing the superintendent to enter in negotiations. Thinking through our timelines, I would like to put some parameters around that authorization. So my idea, which isn't set in stone, but my idea is that it would be for a period up to 2 years, because we're going to have a new superintendent, and the way that would line up would give the new superintendent
1 year.
a little more, like, because it would be October.
Okay.
So it would be like, not quite a year and a half to sort of evaluate and make decisions about a key position. And I understand like some of these contracts can be up to 6 years. So I would just say, I think given that, we should keep that in mind in terms of length. And then I proposed this before in the budget process, but I think we should try to match the increase to what we are giving to our units. So I would give guidance of 3% annual increases as the parameters of.
So is that a motion, Member Stein?
Not yet. I want to hear feedback. I want to hear feedback.
Any other?
I mean, that sounds good. I would second it.
All right, I don't see any other discussion.
I'll make a motion to authorize the superintendent to engage in negotiations with the current business manager for a new contract for up to a 2-year period at an annual increase rate of 3% per year.
I would second.
Any other discussion for that motion? Yeah.
I have a question.
Does it have to come back to you guys? You just told me the.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just asking, because I'm not sure. Is it premature to have those kind of detailed parameters if we're just entering discussion, or is that helpful? I'm wondering, do you know what I mean? Like,
So you just gave
Yeah,
okay,
please.
so literally, if this, the parameters that were just suggested is approved by this body, you literally have given me the one measure of increase, and therefore, I would just bring the contract to you, because you've already told me what the increase will be.
yeah.
So there is no negotiation or conversation. You've
Yeah.
already told me what the 3%, it's 3%.
Yeah.
And I'll bring the contract to you on there will be no need for executive session, to bring it to executive session, because you've just given me, if you all agree, on the parameters.
Yeah, members.
Yeah, I just, in terms of your question of, is that premature? That's what I was saying, is that in the past, when we have entered into contract negotiations for, other positions, that it has been a conversation of what would the school committee like to see? Okay, and then, the superintendent would go and have those discussions. And it is a negotiation in the sense of, if our business administrator says, I don't like those numbers, then obviously she has the ability to, in that sense, negotiate with us. But
Well, that's,
I mean, not directly.
Yeah, I see you. Hold on one sec. Member Davis.
But I'm hearing, I hear what you're saying, but that doesn't give Dr. Bonner, she's not negotiating. She only has that one thing that she can say, because that's what we said. So it doesn't have, a range, it doesn't have anything, do you know what I mean?
That's why I asked, why aren't we, I guess indirectly asked, why aren't we having this discussion in an executive session?
I do think it's different when you are negotiating a contract for the first time than, which we've done multiple times, than if you are extending a contract or renewing a contract. Member Weisenfreud.
Yeah, I'm not in support of talking about a 3% cap right now. I really don't have enough information to agree to that. I don't know what the current salary is. I don't know how it matches up to comparable positions. And I would like it to be a two-step process. I'd like Dr. Bonner to come back to us with some recommendations and then have that discussion.
Member Stein.
Part of the reason I had the same questions or similar questions to Member Sarvey Cox is, in the past, I know there are certain positions that we vote on, but it's sort of all over the map what we're presented with and what we're allowed to actually determine. That's why I'm suggesting that sort of more direction, because in the past, it's been only at these moments at which we're able to sort of actually influence it, and then sort of we're told as a formality, right, we need to go then vote for it to approve it because it's already been negotiated. So like it's a regressive bargaining if we undo a negotiation after the fact, right? So even though it's not a unit, it's the same effect, right? So that's why I'd propose some parameters, because I don't know actually what our legal right is to really talk about those things once we give the superintendent authorization to do that. It's never been clear to me in the way that we've approved these all in the past, whether it's a new contract or it's sort of a renewal. And the other thing just to point out is there's a lot more in the contract than just the percent increase or the length of term, right? And many of those provisions can be negotiated. So I would just say, like, we shouldn't think about this also so narrowly. I understand folks disagree, but that's sort of my perspective just based on the past positions, the small sliver we're actually asked to vote on.
Okay. Is there any further discussion of the motion on the floor? Yeah, Member Miller.
okay, maybe I'm not understanding this, but it seems like that's both sides of the coin, meaning, to me, it would make sense to say, yes, fine, enter negotiations. But then, after the negotiations, we need to know what you come up with so that we can then talk about it and decide on it. But today, we would only be voting on, yes, go ahead, start negotiating. But then we would need to know what you come up with, and then we'll talk about that. So, does that not make sense?
That was the initial.
Right.
Okay.
Initial.
Okay, last round.
So, yes, I mean, I think what you're laying out is what could happen. I just, like I said, I don't know that we have the right, once it's been negotiated, to actually undo it, or if we're just supposed to formally approve it. So unless this current motion is defeated and a new motion is made that says something along the lines of, we are authorizing you to enter into negotiations, and once you come to a place with a certain range that you think is acceptable, you consult with us in executive session. Like, you have to be very more specific. Otherwise, I think we just relinquish the control and the oversight and the ability to weigh in. So that would be my only caveat. If folks don't like my proposal, that's fine. But if you want to propose a different version in which we come back to this, be very specific in how we're doing that, so that that actually happens and we have a place to stand to make it happen.
Okay, any further discussion? Roll call, please. Cassie?
Can we just say what the motion is?
Motion to authorize superintendent to enter contract negotiations with the business administrator for a new contract of up to 2 years at an increase of 3% per year. And I don't have a second.
Oh, there was a second. It was, yeah, member Seraphy Cox. Okay, roll call, please.
Member Gacy.
Oh, God, I'm first. Can you move on and come back?
Member Weisenfreund.
No.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Hennessy.
No.
Member Miller.
No.
Member Davis.
No.
Mayor Shara.
No.
Okay, Member Gacy.
No.
6 nay, 2 yay.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Yep.
I'd like to make a motion for the superintendent.
Motion is made by member Hennessy,
I'll second.
seconded by member Davis. Any discussion to that motion?
I guess I would just say I'm going to vote in favor of this, but I'm not happy that we're talking about it like this rather than executive session. I really think it should have been an executive session so that we could actually give you a range, actually have a real discussion about this. And it has nothing to do with my opinion of our current business administrator. It's really just about our process.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yeah, I have a question for Member Stein. Could you articulate again, please, what your suggestion was about an alternate motion? And in fact, could you make it, because I don't quite follow.
There's a motion on the floor already.
Oh, okay. Please repeat the motion on the floor.
To allow the superintendent to enter negotiations with the business administrator. Are you, oh, sorry, I didn't realize she'd muted. Go ahead.
I'm trying to remember the amendment process, because we stopped doing the friendly amendment.
We don't do friendly amendments anymore.
Right, right. So, do I propose an amendment at this point, and then we vote on the amendment?
Correct.
And then we come back to, okay. If I can get this language that people will be okay with. I propose that we amend the motion to state that the school committee will be consulted in executive session regarding the contract negotiation in order to offer feedback and guidance before a final version is brought to the body for a vote.
I would second that.
Okay, so.
Member Miller says she likes it too.
Sorry. Member Stein made a motion to amend and Member Weisenfreud seconded it. Discussion on the amendment. Yeah, Member Davis.
Wouldn't that happen anyway? Wouldn't that, Member Seraphy Cox, wouldn't that be the moment that we would be in executive session talking about those details at that stage? That's what I was picturing, is that this was, we get the ball rolling, and then once she came back, once Dr. Bonner came back with some information regarding the interaction with Bobby, then we would be in executive session talking about that. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was picturing.
That has happened to me before, that I made assumptions, and then because it wasn't in the motion, it didn't happen.
It's sort of unclear actually what our legal standing is on this, right? So even the description, like as a body, but once we authorize that, it's unclear what we can do about the negotiation of the contract other than approve it or reject it. So that's why I'm suggesting we take this other step, because I've seen it the other way where we're much more restricted in what we can do. And once we authorize the superintendent, they bring it back and then we're just told we vote to approve it because they've negotiated it and that's it.
But we could say no, right?
Sure, but we're told that there are consequences for that.
Like you're going to basically violate a contract that's essentially already agreed to. And they're gonna, or there's other problems. Yeah.
I'm not sure that that's accurate.
Can I interrupt?
Uh-huh.
So the contract will not be signed until you see it. So there is no signed agreement. There's only conversation.
Yeah.
That's what negotiation is.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Member
Can I
Miller.
ask a question?
Sure.
So, in other words, if the contract's not signed, can we amend it? That's what I wanted to know.
Okay. One last, and then, yeah.
I guess I would say in favor, in an argument in favor of my amendment, I would say, if this is what you're assuming is going to happen, it doesn't hurt you to include it in the motion. And it also reassures others who aren't sure that that assumption is correct, that it will happen. So if you think it's going to like produce the outcome you want, I'd ask you to support it.
Okay, so everyone clear on the amendment? Okay, roll call, Cassie.
Member Weisenfreund,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Hennessy. Yes. Member Miller,
Yes.
Member Davis,
No.
Mayor Sheriff,
No.
Member Gacy,
Yes.
2 nay, 6 yay.
So the amendment passes, so now roll call on the motion,
Oh,
The amended motion,
the
right?
amended motion. No further discussion, yes?
Could you read the whole thing?
okay, as I understand it, there's a motion to give the superintendent permission to enter contract negotiations with the business administrator, and the school committee will be consulted in executive session in order to offer guidance.
Sound accurate?
Yeah, there's only one little thing at the end, which was before it's brought back to the body and public to vote on.
Excuse me?
So to offer guidance in executive session before it's brought back to a public meeting for a vote.
Okay, when you're done typing, roll call, please.
Okay. Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Stein,
Yes.
Member Hennessy. Yes. Member Miller,
Yes.
Member LeBeau, Member Davis,
Yes.
Mayor Shara,
Yes.
Member Gacy,
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Okay. Next is E, vote to renew the special education transportation contract. Dr. Bonner, are you or Bob?
Bobby is going to take us through that.
Okay. Will that take a couple minutes? I can.
Bobby?
Bobby, can you unmute? Are you a co-host? Could you make her a co-host, please?
Was.
Oh, she was? Maybe she dropped off.
No, she's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just couldn't unmute. So, as has been discussed with the budget and property meetings, earlier, we have to enter into a new agreement with our current supplier for special education transportation, which is Van Pool. Unfortunately, they are the only one in the entire area that provides the transportation for special education other than what we do or try to do within ourselves. So we've had some extensive conversations around that, and what we need to do is to say whether or not I can enter into a contract, otherwise we won't have anybody that we can, go with as of July 1, but we'd still get the coverage, it would just probably come at a higher price. So I don't know if Member Stein wants to talk a little bit about that or not, or I'm happy to keep on talking.
Sure, yeah, I'd just say that, we talked about this in Budget and Property Subcommittee, and we voted to recommend that we renew the contract as Bobby suggests, and I think our conversation, the part that's worthwhile highlighting to you is this is also part of a bigger conversation about how we're providing transportation in the district and whether or not we want to bring some of this Van Pool service in-house. So I've been working with the transportation director and Bobby to sort of look at the financials of that. And the nice thing about this contract, as we understand it, is that we can reduce the amount of routes. And so we're not locked into a set dollar figure. We have rates for these services. So we can sort of operate on a parallel track and establish and get the more competitive rates locked in for the period of the contract, and then it won't hamper us from exploring other options. So I think it's a smart move, and appreciate Bobby bringing it to us early on and making sure we were have a recommendation for you all.
Member Seraphy Cox? I didn't even realize this. I'll just say that I'm really appreciative for the discussion at Budget and Property. I've watched the videos and I thought the discussion was really fruitful and useful. So because of that, I have no questions, and I will make a motion to approve the, I don't have the language in front of me, I'm sorry.
New special education transportation contract.
Yes.
I'll second it.
Motion's made by Member Seraphy Cox, seconded by Member Miller. Any further discussion? Roll call, please. Cassie.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Gacy?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Okay. That passes. Moving on to F, which is the Leeds school year 25-26 early/late bird program pricing adjustment.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so there's been a request to increase the current, to increase the rates for the before and after school program that is currently at Leeds. And right now, this is our only district-run after-school programming that's separate to our enrichment programs. So currently, late bird fees are $6 per hour for a regular. If the child meets the parameters for a free and reduced lunch, there's a $4 reduction. There's a reduced price, which is $4. And then for those who receive free lunch, it's $0. per hour. There currently is no sibling discount, and there's no change rates for any add-ons, meaning that if you have an emergency drop-in or so on. So the request is to increase those rates, one being the regular rate going up to $7, so it's a dollar increase. And then, let's see. Okay, and then she has a new rate for the add-on rate, which was not different from the regular hourly rate. So now it's an increase of an additional dollar, so it would be $8. And then the reduced rate will remain $4, and then there will be a sibling discount, which was not part of the rates before, or $5 per hour. So the justification for these increases to offset rising staffing costs, including this year's contractual raises for paraeducators and teachers, and the need for one-to-one staff in order to be able to meet students' family needs. To create a more sustainable cost structure with anticipated decreases in grant funding, enrichment activities are now included in the hourly rate, significantly increasing the value families receive, but also raising program costs with specialized staff, teachers, and increased material budget. Despite the rate increase, our flexible hourly scheduling model helps keep total costs more affordable. And then lastly, the increase to the $8 per hour for add-on hours will help offset the added administrative effort involved in managing weekly updates, including editing and redistributing attendance lists and so on. So the more of the managerial components. So
Okay, Member Gazy.
How do those rates compare with the Y rates?
Oh.
Are they still?
So I don't know what the, unless it's in a document that I'm going to get ready to share with you, but I am not sure what the Y rates are.
Does Bobby know them?
Bobby, do you happen to know what the current Y rates are?
Okay, well, she's looking. Member Stein. Bobby still can't unmute. What's going on? Is she a co-host?
I'm working on it.
Oh, hold on, Bobby. In the meantime, let me unmute you, but.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, I don't have that information with me.
Okay, Member Stein.
I'll let you know.
I have I was going to say a Bobby question. I have a question for Bobby, and I'll put it out there and then I'll explain why I'm mentioning it. I'm wondering what the current revolving account balance is for the Early Bird Late Board program. And the reason I'm asking this is because the last time we looked at this as a committee, there was a significant balance in revolving money. And we're awaiting a recommendation on what we should do as a district. So depending on what that balance is, my assumption is we haven't eaten that much of it and that we could offset any increases in costs by the pool of money for past services that is accrued. And we should wait to make a decision about any cost changes until we have a decision about which way we're going as a district. This is also like an issue of like, what are we going to do with that money if that program goes away? I mean, I think, I don't know. So I guess I'm trying to figure out what's that current balance and how much more revenue is this increase going to produce? And then if we already have that in the bank for this particular program and we're going to make a decision on these bigger questions, why don't we just subsidize the difference with money we already have for this program?
Yeah, go ahead, Bobby.
Okay, so I, again, don't have that information right in front of me, but the last I did look at it, it did seem to have a hefty balance. I would have to look and see how it has done this year, which I can do, and I can get back to everybody with that. You know, of course, you know, salaries go up, so it's, or they might need extra people depending on, who they have for enrollment. So there's a lot of things to look into for that, but I can look into that. I just don't have it with me tonight.
Okay.
Those rates.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just
so
did
we
the
did the same thing.
calculations.
Yeah, well, for the YMCA, and this is going to be for the 25-26 year, their rates are, and they're done by monthly. So for 2 days, it's $193 if you're a Y member, or $223 if you're a non-member. 3 days, it would be $276 or $317, and 5 days would be $470 or $540 if you are a non-member.
And did you do the breakdown?
I did do the breakdown.
Go ahead.
So the Y program is from 2:10, which is right at the end of school, until 6 p.m. So if you were to use all 4 of those hours, I mean, it's almost 4 hours. I just counted it as 4 hours. And assuming that there are approximately 4 weeks of school in each month, then it comes out to just under $7 an hour. But that's assuming that you use every single hour available to you, whereas the leads one, is more flexible that way. So if you're only using 2 hours or 3 hours, you're only paying for the 2 or 3 hours
Right.
rather than needing to pay for all 4.
And what's the maximum hours for leads? Is it also 4-ish?
I actually don't know the answer to that question.
Oh, okay. Member Weisenfreud.
Yeah, I just would be interested in knowing, Dr. Bonner, how many families are about, or what percentage of families are taking advantage of this program?
Of the LEADS program?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that, hopefully I can tell you, is based upon the number of seats as opposed to the number of families that really want to be enrolled. So if I recollect, it's about 112 students who may be enrolled this year.
And is there a wait list?
That I don't know
Okay.
right off the top of my head. I was hoping that Gabrielle Hollander was going to be on, but she's not on.
Okay. And you don't know how many hours after? Well, there's before and after, right? So I don't know
Yeah,
the total
there's
number of
not too
hours.
many students who take advantage of the early.
Right.
Member Stein.
It seems like there's a lot of questions, so I'd like to make a motion to refer this to Budget and Property. We can discuss at our August meeting, and then
The students need to know, the parents need to know the rate. I mean, they start to register in August, mid-August. So,
I guess then I'd amend my motion not to increase the rate, because I think there's like $100,000 in this account, and I don't see how we're not going to use that money to subsidize it with our rising costs, while we're waiting for a recommendation on what we're supposed to do overall. I mean, to me, why would we change the rate in the midst of a bigger conversation about the future of our programs and then reset new rates the year after, like that, or eliminate the I just don't get it, especially since we have tens of thousands of dollars to support it.
just keep in mind that we do use our paras to help to staff that program, and we use their current rates. So those rates will be going up.
And that's why this is before us.
Yes.
Because of the change in salary. Okay. Yeah, Member Davis.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, Member Stein, but I see 5 items listed under justification on this document, and one of them includes the offset rising staffing costs, including the year's contractual rates for para educators and teachers. So they're addressing that directly. So, I just thought there were some compelling justifications for it.
Member Stein.
I'm having a hard time understanding what's compelling about it. I understand that costs increase. I understand they're proposing a rate increase, but we're ignoring the fact that we're evaluating the longevity of the program period and they're sitting on a mountain of cash that's accumulated because they've taken in more money than their costs have been. So without like actual numbers, stating those facts out of context, I don't find compelling, and that we don't have any answers tonight about what the additional costing would be that would inform that type of statement and justification for the rate. I don't know why we would vote on it.
Did you, Dr. Bonner, did you?
There's nothing to say. He made a statement.
Oh, no, I just didn't know. I thought you were looking up something.
No, I'm just.
Yeah, member Hennessy.
My question is,
Can we pull this mic, that mic?
It's just me avoiding mics, to be honest with you. It's multiple. Multiple mics. I wonder if so I think I need clarity. I think the rate needs to go up. That's what I'm reading. What I'm also hearing is that we have cash and we have an uncertainty about the programming. Can we use that cash to pay the increased rate and not put it on families? Is that what you're saying? Yes?
And we accumulate cash because our costs are lower than revenue that we bring in. So like that begs the question of, is our costs really going up?
Okay.
Because we have seen no analysis, right? So yes, it is. Why would we put it on the families if we don't have to?
There's also additionally a sibling rate here that's being added that wasn't there before, right? Or
Right.
a sibling reduction or
But
whatever.
costs are going up. I mean, if paraeducators salaries are going up, costs are going up.
And the teachers. There's some teachers there.
Okay, member Weisenfreud.
I agree with increasing the rates, but I also agree that we're missing some really important pieces of information. And I think it's a reasonable argument that if there is money, plenty of money put away, why would we put an additional burden on families at this point in our situation?
Is there a motion on the floor?
I don't believe there is.
Yes,
I'd like to make a.
Oh, there is?
Not to increase the rate.
Was there a second?
Was that seconded?
No one seconded it.
Then it's not on the floor.
Then I'll make a motion to approve the changes to the early bird, late bird pricing and refer to the Budget and Property Subcommittee a discussion of looking at the balance and the trajectory of the program.
Motion's made by member Seraphy Cox,
A second.
seconded by member Hennessy. Any discussion to that motion?
Just clarification. So you're saying you're approving these? Okay. So I need to let them know that. Okay. Thank you.
Any discussion? Okay, roll call, please, Cassie.
Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Stein?
No.
Member Hennessy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yeah.
Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Gacy?
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to G, which is discussion of possible additional one-time fund requests for the FY26 budget. And I'm going to start this discussion because there's an update. I asked our Chief Information Officer, who's Luigi Ottaviani, about one-time expense possibilities yesterday. And he thought that he could find some items. He and I then dug into the tech lines in the MPS budget this morning with an eye towards sort of creatively looking at ways to find savings, like how we do with when we're creating the city department budgets. And we believe we've identified 11 lines that we think can be adjusted that total $101,000. And then we had some communication with Dr. Bonner and Bobby today to sort of check in on that. So one item is a service that the district wanted to cancel or wants to cancel or has canceled that wasn't removed from the budget. Some are shifting some capital costs to the ITS, NPS capital budget to help the operational budget. Some are postponing some costs, and there's a redundant internet connection that we can consolidate with the city connection. And then two items are because we anticipate that the city council will vote at their next meeting, which is next Thursday, to approve a 5-year contract that ITS has negotiated with a new phone vendor. So we're moving over to actually a Zoom phone system, which is going to bring a lot of savings and better service. Our phone system's been very problematic. So we think that those two items, which involve that vote that the council has put on the consent agenda, indicating that they will vote for it, will bring $17,500 in savings. So again, we talked to Dr. Bonner and Bobby about this. And Bobby, I'll ask you in a bit to just kind of confirm those lines that I think Luigi also sent to you and make sure that those all seem possible to you. I'll say I'm concerned about the list from Budget and Property, which is presented as one-time items, but has recurring costs in them. And I also asked Dr. Bonner this week to identify some one-time expenditures. And I also have concerns about the list that she generated, since it also has recurring expenses. So I would not support an order for one-time expenses that are actually recurring costs like salaries. But what I propose to do is increase the budget by $116,711. And this is based on the release of the Senate budget. So the Senate budget, as it works, the Senate budget is the last of the 3 state budgets to be voted on. And that was released after the city budget was due. The Senate budget is $116,711 higher than the House. This is not for Chapter 70 or for schools. In fact, the Senate budget has this charter sending assessment increased by $48,978. So the net increase to the city when you subtract that out is $67,733. It might not make it out of conference committee or be signed by the governor. We don't know that this is the budget that's going to stand. But we're willing to gamble that it'll be approved, and we will absorb the charter increase, as the city always does, and commit the full increase in state aid that is coming to the city, again, not the schools, of $116,711. So with these two moves, we freed up $101,000, as long as Bobby agrees that that's accurate, for operational uses, and increased the budget by $116,711 for the administration to determine how best to use that. So that's a total of $217,711. And Bobby, can you verify that?
I can verify that the
list that Luigi sent you.
Yep, Luigi asked me a question, was it in, did I budget what he had asked me to budget? And I was able to confirm that I did. And then I did get a list showing reductions in the amount of $101,000 today. Personally, I have to admit, I don't know a lot of this. So like the Mitel support, I'm assuming that.
That's the phone.
That's going to the Zoom platform.
Right, so that, yeah, we're not contracted with Mitel anymore.
I mean, I can't speak to that, but I'm assuming that's okay. Again, because he didn't identify the actual lines, and he might have later today that I didn't get to see.
Okay.
But I would respect what he has said. If he can reduce that by 101, then I would assume that he can do that. And I would be in agreement with that. I do see a couple that of course I can, talk to, but.
Are there any that you have concerns about? Because maybe I have information, I don't know.
No, I don't. I mean, this is kind of new to me. So I don't have any concerns because I think Luigi knows what he's doing with his budget. So if he's confident and comfortable with what he's saying, then I feel confident that we can decrease it by that amount. But I can't speak to it because I don't know those actual areas that he's reducing.
Okay.
Themselves,
From the list he sent you, you can't tell from that list?
I can't.
Because he just zeroed them out, or?
Say that
You
again?
you can't tell from that list because he zeroed them out, or?
No, he gave me a list, or actually, he didn't even give it to me originally, but I got a list of items that he could reduce.
Right.
And I understand that. I don't see it line for line for me. I can make guesses that that's where it would be. And he may have sent that. I think I did see an email later today that I have not gotten to. But I know that we had talked about it, some of it going into the capital fund, which I can then say, yep, so I can see like accessories and adapters, Chromebooks, that sort of thing. But he's the expert on like the phone piece, that he knows what he can reduce there. Class link, he knows what changes are there. I don't know that. But what I am saying is that if he is confident that he can reduce it by that, then I am comfortable with his confidence.
Yeah, he is confident. He said, so the capital stuff he'd be taking on to his budget for those items. And I think he did send you an email that's your line items that shows you where it is.
Right.
So,
and I just may not have seen it as of yet. I mean, I saw something come in, but I did not review it yet.
okay. Can I ask you another question before I hand it over to other questions? Which is, so my understanding is that the funds that were used from the mid-year appropriation, so there was the January 40,000 and the March 294,000. So that the funds expended from those two were $136,217?
That did not include that 40,000. So we did expend the 40,000. So I did not include that piece. So we actually, if you add that in, that'd be the 176,217.12.
Okay.
And again, just so you know, that's projections that I had to use to get to the end of the year. I did do some projections, so it could be, could be up, it could be down.
Okay, so the rough balance is about $200,000?
Yeah, about 158.
Oh, okay.
666 is what I had come up with.
So what's the plan for those remaining funds? They're tailings. What's your plan for those tailings?
At this point, I don't have any plans. I have to see how we're going to finish out the year. And I thought it was my understanding that if we didn't use the entire mid-year appropriations, that they would go back to the general fund. That was my understanding.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if you were trying to encumber them or there's some way you were going to use them.
No, I at this point, we couldn't.
Okay, all right, thank you. Member Stein.
I'm glad to hear about some recognized savings that we can use. But I sort of want to frame two things and then hopefully say a few things about the specific requests that we talked about at Budget and Property. The first is that we're being told about very dire need at the high school, and we've gotten a request from the principal for 4 positions. I believe 3 of which, or at least 2 of which, were not actually in the strong budget. But he's telling us in order to alleviate this crisis, this is what we need. I think we need to respond to that. We're also hearing from a lot of people about the need for the gardening program to continue. It's very small money. I think we need to respond to that. And there are other things from the cut list, including the tech integrationist and supply lines, that I also think we need to restore. What I'm finding a bit frustrating is the conversation isn't how we're going to figure out how to meet these needs. The conversation is how we can find some savings in a way that preserves an idea about non-recurring funds that will not adequately solve the problem. And just sort of the incoherence of it all, I find very frustrating. If the statement, we will not bring any motions forward for one-time funds that are actually recurring costs, then I expect we will not see motions brought forward to pay for 2 special education teachers out of the special education stabilization fund, which was just seeded with $300,000 in free cash, one-time money. And we will not draw down $209,000 from it to pay for recurring operating costs. And we will not have motions to vote on for those. So I don't know what that means. Does that mean we're going to devote these savings to pay a portion back of that $350,000 we're now not going to ask for because they're recurring funds and we're talking about one-time money? I mean, this is getting so silly. Even talking about these tailings, those tailings were one-time funds that were spent on mid-year appropriations. So the idea that we would reappropriate that money to pay for more potentially recurring costs, it just, the overall incoherence of it is mind-boggling to me. But beyond that, I don't hear any solutions to the problem. Because even if we were to recognize even upwards of $200,000 here, are we going to get the 4 teachers? Are we going to get the garden program on that money? Is that what we're being asked to do today? Like, I'm not hearing the solution. And that's frustrating to me. I'd leave it there. I just would encourage the body to think about tonight making a request, not only for the 4 positions that the high school principal and the superintendent have asked us for in order to solve the problem at NHS in this moment, but also to consider the other requests from the Budget and Property Subcommittee regarding the cuts to supplies, the cuts to professional development, the cuts to the garden program, and the cuts to the tech integrationist. And I'd encourage you to make a motion, and we vote affirmatively on it, to request the mayor bring orders to fund these forward, or just simply increase the operating budget to cover them. Thank you.
Member Secretary Cox.
There was I think, Mayor, you referenced a document from the Budget and Property Subcommittee that was a list.
It was an email.
Okay. So there wasn't a document like sent from the, okay. Because, I mean, you had specific things that you were listing, Member Stein, but as I know, both from personal experience and just having heard my fellow committee members say it, it's difficult to vote on things that we don't have in front of us with numbers and so forth. So, I mean, I feel the urgency and I support that. I support everything you're saying. So where do we go from here? I mean, $217,000 is something we can do something with. I also, hear further pressure from Member Stein, which I understand. But yeah, I guess my question is, what can we do tonight?
I mean, you all are welcome to make whatever motion you want. Mm-hmm. That's, your prerogative.
What were you bringing forward for the 217 that you identified? Did you also, or maybe Dr. Bonner, had you gotten to the point of identifying how to utilize those?
So I knew about the 101.
Okay.
I didn't know about the 116.
Late breaking news.
Yes, but looking at that cost, we could actually bring in, we're looking at teachers' average salary, $84,000. We could do 2 teachers for the high school. And then there is space to do more. You know what I mean? But the key is that if I could call the principal of the high school tomorrow morning and say, you could put a posting for an additional English teacher, and it would relieve him to, and he would, be able to post right away. Knowing this for tonight, if you also move to allow us to be able to if you allow me to go ahead and allow me to go ahead and do that. So The remaining funds, I would respectfully, again, restore the garden program. And I would also go back to the strong budget and take a look at some of those additional needs.
Okay. So is that something that you need us to act on tonight, or is it something that you would bring a list to the June 25th meeting?
However you would like for me to do, but I would say if we are able to
Sooner
post,
the better, yep.
at least say, go ahead for 2 additional high school positions and allow us to post, and then you can determine the rest of the funds on that special meeting in June.
Yeah, Member Miller.
I just would
I had my
advocate.
hand up for a while, but okay.
All right, I'll go to you next. Go ahead, finish, and then.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Okay. I just would advocate immediately for anything you can do to restore positions at the high school. And I would, if we have to vote on it, I would make a motion to authorize the superintendent to restore as many positions at the high school as possible with the money available.
Member Weisenfreud.
Yeah, so I have one request and some comments and questions. So my request is that either Mayor Schara or Mike Stein share with the committee the budget and property requests for one-time funds. So I think that is not too much to ask to share that request in detail and not just to say, I can't consider it. And I guess my comments are about the process here, right? So we, as a school committee, have been working really hard, and, everybody here cares very deeply about our students and staff in our city. We were presented with 3 budgets. Dr. Bonner told us that the strong budget was the only budget that was going to keep our students safe and allow us to meet our strategic goals. We voted with a majority to pass the strong budget. Mayor Schara said, there is no way I can give you more money than the money she mentioned to us last time, which is causing more cuts and the continued crisis and urgent crisis we're in at the moment. Suddenly, seemingly behind closed doors, more money is found. Budget and property doesn't know about this. Bobby doesn't know about this. And it feels like a really not transparent and not collaborative process. I'm very happy that we will have more money, but I guess my question is, what changed? Right? Like, what changed that allowed us almost overnight to find another $217,711 when it was previously stated very clearly that there is not another penny for anything? So that is my request, please, to share the recommendations from Budget and Property, and to perhaps also answer the question about the process and what changed and why suddenly overnight we're able to find $217,000. What prompted that?
Sure. So first of all, Member Stein was requested to put the list on the agenda, and he declined to. So he's now put it on the board here, but I wasn't the one who kept the list from being on the agenda. As I explained, I was meeting with the IT director yesterday, and we were talking about, he's been watching the budget hearings, and we were talking about the situation, and I asked him if he had any ideas for one-time expenses, because I had seen the budget and property list, and I had asked Dr. Bonner about one-time ideas. I asked him if he had any one-time ideas, and he said he thought that there was probably money that he could, that wasn't needed in the school budget that he'd seen, and that there was potential of other one-time expenses. So that's what happened with that. And as I just explained before, the Senate budget comes out after my budget had to be submitted, but after I presented the budget. And so when we got the Senate budget, we started to look at it. and there is an increase. It's not an increase for the schools. There's actually more money going to charter schools from the state assessment. But since there is an increase in the city part of, it's called UGA, we talked about whether we could allocate that to the schools. So that's what happened, as I've explained previously. I saw a hand over here. Yeah, Member Davis.
I'll try to put this down. I probably don't need to say anything because, Mayor, you kind of clarified what I was thinking, because I didn't perceive a behind closed doors. I heard the first time, hey, do you have any ideas? And he came up with ideas, and they were presented to us. And so, and so now we know. It is like new information, but I guess this is where we were getting the information because it just happened. So, nothing was kept from us. Once we had the information, once the information was had, now we have it and we can talk about what to do with it. And I think it's good to get positive information.
Thank you. Since I sit on this body, we have to do any communication. My communication with you has to be in a public meeting. There was no other public meeting. It's different with the city council. I don't sit on the city council. I can communicate with them. I cannot communicate with all of you as a body. Member Hennessy.
Yes. That we have more money. 2, I don't know who said it.
We can't hear you on Zoom.
My mic thing and I'm sorry. I strongly hope, and I don't know if we have to vote on this, to tell the principal of the high school that we'll have 2 positions for 2 reasons. For absolute happiness, but they could fill in that hole for period 3, right? Mm-hmm. That'll be a significant as they're scheduling right before kids are leaving. My second question, it's also a comment, I do hope to fund the garden program, and I'm wondering if that's something that we should be saying, we want this. I just know having worked in the garden program when my kids were in elementary school, there was a lot of work over the summer that we had to do. If that's something that would be timely, that we can also say we're going to fund that. Those are my comments, and I'm really glad we have more money, and I wish we had more money. But
we also have an offer for the supplies for the garden program,
okay.
For someone to donate those supplies.
Okay.
We also, kind of brainstorming, probably will add it to a potential opportunity for students to do their internships, along with the person who's facilitating the gardening program. So it gives them an opportunity to do some hands-on learning with the kids, just to extend the program.
So some more money will come. I mean, not money, some in-kind or money will come for the supplies?
There's been an offer to fund any supplies that are needed for it.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome.
Just make that connection.
Oh, I can check in with her again. Anyone who hasn't spoken? Did you speak? I can't remember.
I just wanted to let Member Weisenfried know that Member Stein emailed us the list from Budget and Property.
Okay. Anyone who hasn't spoken? Member Stein, is your hand up?
Just try to be brief. I understand, I appreciate the mayor thinking about additional one-time costs that they could bring forward. I think what's frustrating to me outside of the open meeting law sort of problem of all of this is that there was a long time to develop a budget. There was need for a long time. And it's only when there's this acute crisis at the high school and the combination of that and this request for the item to be on the agenda that we are able to free up this money. And so to me, that feels very frustrating. It makes me wonder what other savings we might be able to recognize across the city in the budget that would positively benefit the schools. And it's frustrating because we have so little, and we have such high need. The other thing I want to mention is I would implore my colleagues to be more specific on whatever motions we bring tonight. We have a lot of divergence of information. We have 4 specific positions that the high school principal has asked for. As I said, 2, maybe 3 of those didn't appear in the strong budget. So I don't want to say just go back to the strong budget. I think we should be really clear about which positions we want to fund. For me, top of the list is an English teacher. After that, I don't know what's more helpful for filling the hole. If it's biology, if it's physical education, I don't know. So I would want to have some more direction, because maybe these won't get funded. Maybe what was on the actual strong budget will get funded, or something else. So I want to caution us about that. The other thing I want to mention that we don't have any money for is the superintendent search. It's going to cost us, last one cost us like $18,000 and change. We went with MASC. We may want to go with a different firm this time. We don't have any money to do that unless we make other cuts, and that is a cost we will have in FY26. So I would encourage you all to ask for that money too, because otherwise I don't know how you're paying for it. So these are the things I think we should think about. And I would ask for everything that the high school principal is telling us he needs in order to address the crisis. I would ask for these things. These are very small. This is the actual supply cost that was incurred, and it's why it was asked for. We should pay for that. PD, like 7,000, like we should pay for that if we want to improve the district. The tech integration is, I don't know how we're going to have serious conversations about cell phones and health and integrating AI and all this other stuff in our classrooms without that resource for our teachers. Like, I don't know how we do our goals, right? So I would like us to ask for orders on all of them. We can't require the mayor to ask for them or bring forward orders or adjust their budget, but we can advocate for what the principal is telling us he needs, right?
Can I ask, so that the 7,000 for PD comes from where?
The cut list. Of the 655,000 below level services.
Okay.
So these are items from the cut list, yeah.
Just for clarification for you all, so the email that I sent to you listing the specific staffing needs for the high school was prioritized by the principal. It is in order of priority. So just to clarify that, thank you.
And that list did not include the tech?
No, it did not.
Interesting.
Member Miller.
That's why I had said earlier that I just wanted to, because I think there's some urgency to the high school positions, that I said earlier that I would even make a motion to authorize the superintendent to talk to the high school principal tomorrow about restoring as many positions as possible in the high school to alleviate the crisis that's happening right now before it goes to another meeting, which won't be until we have a special meeting June 25th. But that's a special meeting, and I just don't want this to delay. So I just think I agree with everything that's been said. But I just think that this is a crisis at the high school that needs to be addressed immediately. So I was just simply saying that I would authorize the superintendent to talk to the principal tomorrow about using whatever is available to fund whatever positions can be filled at the high school. And yes, of course, I support the garden being funded, but the crisis at the high school is immediate to me before our next meeting. That's all I was saying.
Okay.
I agree with that.
So is that
A motion?
Is that a motion?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Cassie, can you clarify the
Do you want me to
motion?
say it again?
This is what I have. Making a motion to authorize the superintendent to talk to the principal to restore as many positions as possible tomorrow.
That's about it.
Yeah, that feels vague.
So
Sorry.
I know within our limits, it's probably going to be 2 positions that they can post for. Then we'll include the garden program, which I'm hearing as well as a restoration. And then the rest of the funds remaining, we can determine on that special meeting. In terms of how you want me to use those funds.
So if Member Miller's motion were to be amended in line with what Dr. Bonner just said, then I would second it.
I got it.
Yeah, okay.
Friendly amendment accepted.
Well, we don't need a friendly amendment because it
Right.
wasn't seconded
Okay.
yet, right?
Well, so Cassie, was that clear for you?
Well, what I would say then is blah, 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 to restore 2 positions tomorrow. Period.
At the high school and
That was part of the blah, blah.
yes. Does the garden need?
And that I need to inform the
that needs to happen
facilitator and
before-
School Sprouts.
Before the next meeting as well? Yeah.
I think
Okay,
it would
so-
relieve some tensions.
So including the garden.
Okay.
In that, yeah. Okay, and the balance of the fund then to be brought back, or the balance of the remaining funds to be brought back to the June 25th meeting for vote. Does that process work for you, Dr. Bonner?
That's fine. I'm actually texting Ben right now. Sorry.
No.
I was wondering.
I'm glad.
Okay.
He'll probably post it tonight. Just kidding.
I know.
So then, yes, I will second it.
Okay. Okay, so Cassie, you have that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But there's discussion now?
Sure. Member Stein.
So the agenda item is about one-time fund requests. And sort of based on the mayor shifting what she considers one-time funds within her overall budget through efficiencies, we're now voting on just regularly budgeted money that has become freed up, right? So like, we're not voting on a one-time fund request. I want to be clear, as the motion's currently laid out. What we're doing is giving direction to the superintendent to hire the first 2 prioritized positions on that list we received, the biology teacher and the English teacher, and include that in the budget, and then the garden program, and then there's this question of, is there additional money? So I would like to offer an amendment. I would make a motion to amend the motion to include some one-time fund requests. And those would be $25,000 for the superintendent search, the 2 additional NHS positions that have been requested.
Which one's the tech and the,
PE and world history.
oh,
And the PD, the supplies, the tech integrationist, so the whole list. Because it's one agenda item and we're taking a vote, I don't know if we can vote on these separately, but I'm making the motion to amend this way because I'm not sure about that.
I don't see why.
I'll second that.
So not seconded that motion. So I guess we'll debate the amended motion. And we can vote it down if we want to do things individually or make further amendments. But
Yep. Member Davis.
I think I need some clarification because to me, I understand the one-time fund one-time monies, that I was hearing or understanding the 2 teachers and the garden idea as coming from the monies that we are hearing about from the mayor, that she talked about the tech savings. Am I correct? And just doing the math in my head, I think the two teachers and the garden maybe takes up the bulk of that money. We're not talking about a whole lot of extra.
Right.
And so, to me, the additional discussion of the items that you have on the board and in the email that you just sent, Member Stein, is not from this same pot. Like, that's to me, that's a different discussion of where is, I'm not saying there is or isn't money, I'm just saying where is that from, because I can picture where the one-time fund money for the 2 teachers and the garden. I can picture that. I'm not clear where that comes from. So I don't, it sort of feels like 2 separate
Yeah, so the agenda.
conversations.
Yeah, the agenda item is the request one-time funds.
Right, right.
And so what we're actually, the first part of that motion is just reallocating what we will have to budget based
Yeah.
on the mayor's current position. So I've amended the motion to include a request for one-time funds because that is the only way to bring orders forward that I'm aware of, unless the mayor decides to just increase the budget and incorporate them. So it's why I'm suggesting we ask.
Member Casey.
I think, I mean, this is all sort of a surprise. I mean, we get all this information and we're supposed to have it a few days in advance to be able to think about all that stuff. So, you know, just writing it on the board is giving me a little bit of a hard time. I definitely agree with giving the principal the go-ahead to get those 2 teachers. And then I would like a chance to sort of see what's left and see what else we can come up with before our next meeting, before voting on those one-time procedures.
Member Weisenford?
Yeah, so I think part of my confusion is what Mike Stein articulated, which is that this agenda item was about one-time funds. And Mayor, you started the conversation with a very welcome found money, but those are not one-time funds. So I think that's part of my confusion, because this should be a discussion about one-time funds. I don't know why Member Stein didn't send the PDF to you, and I haven't spoken with him about that. And I think also, Mayor, in terms of your communication about how you can't communicate with us because you sit on this body, you could have written an email to Mike Stein informing him, right, out of respect, as the chair of the Budget and Property Subcommittee, what you were planning to present tonight. And I think just in terms of communication, that would generate a lot of goodwill and wouldn't blindside us in the moment.
So I would say that of this list, the only thing that I see on it that's a one-time expense is the superintendent search. So yes, I started a conversation about one-time funds talking about recurring, but these are lists that are recurring expenses. Member Stein.
Okay, but if we're going to hold that line, then we just spent that newfound money on the 2 special education teachers, because you're not going to bring an order for a recurring expense. So like, you can't have it both ways, is what I'm saying.
Member Stein, if you want to vote to rescind the Special Education Stabilization Fund, have at it. If you don't want that extra $350,000 a year, go for it.
I don't want to have it told to us that we can't appropriate that type of money for recurring costs. and you say we can never do that ever, and then every year appropriate orders for recurring costs out of one-time money. My point is less about whether or not we have that money, but the whole point of that fund is unexpected and unbudgeted. That's the idea, not to create more steps to just pay for regularly budgeted things. So the issue I'm pointing out to you, and my frustration is, you can't weaponize this idea of one-time funds as a guiding principle and then appropriate one-time funds for recurring things at the same time without people getting upset. And like the whole conversation about it evades the fact of like, how are we going to meet the need? And your answer in saying, well, I'm not going to do that, you're basically saying, I'm not going to meet the need. I figured it out on my own because there's pressure at the high school how to free up some money to get some teachers and solve this third period hole. But everything else, I'm not meeting that need. That's essentially what you're saying. And I'm saying that as this body, because we only have so many avenues to make requests, right? We need you to meet these needs, and you're the only one that can do it.
Because there had been discussion of bringing forward one-time requests, I asked Dr. Bonner, and then I asked Director Ottaviani to look at possibilities. And some of these special ed needs that come up are not, they may last for a year, they may last for 2 years, they maybe start mid-year. They're not necessarily recurring in the same way that some of the other things that we build in the budget are recurring.
2 special education teachers are recurring. It's like saying we may not need 3 fifth grade teachers at an elementary school. Yes, because things change. We may have less IEPs in a school. Like, my problem is the logic breaks down fundamentally, and it's used to say why we can't have things. And it's used to police everything about this budgeting process. So if you'd like, we don't have to call it one-time funds. We could pass a motion to say, please increase your budget by X amount of dollars so we can actually fund the things that the schools desperately need. And then you can decide if you want to do it. It's the same end we get to, right? If you're more comfortable bringing financial orders instead of increasing the budget so we can just say we only did it 5.88% and then fund it through orders, let's do it that way. I will do it however you want to do it. But the fact that there's no consistency means it really doesn't matter which way we do it, because we're violating this principle constantly.
I disagree with you, and I believe, so the Special Ed Stabilization Fund is meant to be replenished in a way that supports it. So there, when you're talking about a salary here and you're asking for one-time funds for it, there's no way that to build it in unless you incorporate it into the budget. But I'm done having a back and forth with you. Member Casey.
I'd like to call the question. I believe we have
the amended
There was a motion on the floor.
Yeah, so I'd like to call the question for the vote on that.
On the motion to amend.
On the motion to amend, because there was a second, correct?
No.
No, there was not a second, Cassie?
Not seconded it.
Yeah, there was a second.
I did second it. Could I bother you to repeat the whole darn thing again?
Member Weisenfreud seconded it.
There was the motion to amend the motion to include one-time fund requests of the superintendent search, the 2 additional NHS positions, supplies, tech integration, SPD. That's, and then the original motion was to authorize the superintendent to talk to the principal to restore 2 positions tomorrow and to fund the garden, balance to be determined at 6:25 meeting.
That's the one I thought that I was
Calling the question on?
calling the question on.
But there was an amendment motion.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we would need to call the question on that one.
Well, then call the question on them all, because I think we've all sort of talked this. I'm ready to vote. I don't know.
To know which one we're.
So you're calling the question on the amendment?
If I have to call the question, I was calling the question on the first motion. I didn't realize that the amendment had a second, and I don't know what the order is when you've got,
The amendment has to be voted on first.
okay.
So,
So the question on the amendment.
well, we have, do we want to just vote on the amendment? So we'd have to vote to call the question. Do you want to just vote on the amendment?
Yeah, I'd like to vote on the amendment.
Okay. Roll call.
Please repeat it again. Please repeat again.
Motion to amend the motion to include one-time fund requests, the superintendent search, NHS position, supplies, tech integration, SPD.
In the,
Voting on calling the question?
No,
we're voting on the amendment.
Voting.
and the two additional positions, the,
At the high school.
yeah, I'm sorry, did you have that in there?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So go ahead, Cassie.
Mayor Shara.
No.
Borghese.
No.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Hennessy. Yes. Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Davis.
No.
3 no. Oh, it's late. 5 yes.
Okay. So the amendment passes.
Yes.
So roll call on the motion as amended.
Thanks for bearing with me here.
Thanks for bearing with us.
I'm trying.
I'm confused too.
Motion to authorize the superintendent to talk to the principal at Northampton to restore 2 positions tomorrow and to fund the garden, semicolon. Include one-time fund requests for the superintendent search, 2 additional Northampton positions, supplies, tech integrationists, and PD.
That's the motion,
Yeah, in a nutshell.
which are recurring costs. Sure. Okay.
Ready?
Any discussion? Yeah, Member Davis.
As, if I can acknowledge Member Miller's comment, which I agree with, of it's a bit confusing at this hour, because under no circumstances do I want to say no because we need those 2 teachers. Period. Without exception. I didn't even need to hear all the public comment to know that we need all those 2 teachers. But I don't agree with lumping it in with the other amendments. That's, to me, is a separate conversation. I understand it's about one-time funds, like I understand that logic. So I don't want it to be, I feel like I'm in a jam of that it's gonna come across that I say no to those 2 teachers when I say no to this, which absolutely I do not. It's a terrible situation at the high school. And here we have this opportunity, and that is a different conversation to me, to be discussing that other money. Just wanted to say that.
Member Miller.
This is my problem. I was trying to be clear because I wanted something to happen soon. It's not that I disagree with the other one-time fund requests. I just thought that conversation needed to happen and didn't have to happen tonight. I thought, yes, we need to talk about this. And I agree with it in general. I didn't want it included in my motion because I wanted to have something happen immediately. And I was hoping that by authorizing the superintendent to talk to the principal of the high school tomorrow, that and perhaps the garden would be enough to be able to go forward with now, before we have to meet again at the end of June, and then another meeting. It just goes on. So I just wanted that piece done immediately. So I don't want to vote no, because I don't disagree with this. I agree with this, but not right now. I think that's my.
Member Casey.
Since she had the original motion and there was an amendment put on it, isn't it up to her to accept a friendly amendment?
It wasn't a friendly amendment, we voted on it.
Oh, a vote. I too am conflicted, because right now I think we have to move right away with the money that we have. However, I do want a little bit time to think before, like in a week and a half, we deal again. And now I'm like, I feel like I'm in an untenable position. And I'm really upset about this.
Member
whole
Stein.
thing.
I appreciate the conflicts folks have and the questions they're raising. I just say that, I understand we were surprised with this found money tonight, and that has sort of shifted the conversation, but the agenda item was about one-time funds. And the reason we have to do it now is because if we're not going to do some of this stuff, we're going to have to vote on a line item budget, and we may have to decide if we want to make other cuts instead of these cuts, right? So this is a way to say, do we want to ask for additional money for this? And if you vote for the amended motion on the floor, all you're asking is, will you bring forward an order? That's it. You're just saying, I would like to pay for these things. So also, arguably, we don't even need to vote for the superintendent in order to authorize the principal to hire these positions if it's going to be part of the regular operating budget. And we haven't voted on a line item budget yet, so she's not restricted in that way. So I don't know. I understand this is complex. I understand it's confusing. I appreciate that. But at the end of the day, all you're being asked to vote for with this motion is to take the high school principal's recommendation for 2 positions, refund the garden with newly found, already budgeted money, and then ask for one-time funds for the other 2 positions the NHS principal is asking for, and these other items here. That's it. You can ask for that. It doesn't mean we'll get it.
There's a provision in the rules of procedure for a reconsideration if you wanted to decouple these two. So it's 15.8, when a vote is passed except for adjournment or delay on the table, any member voting with the majority may move a reconsideration, which must be seconded to be acted upon at the same meeting. I just offer it as a opportunity or possibility.
Can I ask?
Yep.
That happens after the vote?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Is that what you mean?
Yes.
right. So if you wanted to reconsider the amendment.
But only people in the majority.
Correct.
Voted yes.
Right, only people who voted for the amendment could move a reconsideration. And it has to be seconded, but I don't think it has to be seconded by someone who voted in the majority. Or that's not stated.
Can I ask just a point of order question too on this? So like say, this is more a general question. So like if whatever vote passes for this agenda item, are we allowed to take additional votes for this agenda item, or do we just move on to the next one once one vote has been taken? Because like part of it is like if you broke it into multiple votes, like I just don't know what's procedurally allowed.
There have definitely been situations where we have taken multiple votes on one agenda item.
Okay.
But I'm not seeing anybody from the majority make a motion to reconsider.
But that happens after the vote.
The vote already happened.
The vote's already happened. So in this case, it wouldn't be after the vote of the base motion. It would be the vote for the amendment, which has already happened.
Otherwise, we can move to a vote.
So, okay, I can't make the motion because I vote against it.
I think,
Right, it would
I
have to be
voted
someone
no.
who voted for the amendment.
You vote no. Mayor voted.
I follow you.
Can I ask a stupid question?
You can ask any question, it's not stupid.
Tell me the amount, just the recent discovery from the, I know the tech director found these savings. How much was that?
270.
217?
That's with the Senate increase and the changes or the freeing up of tech money, let's say.
Yes. And then here's approximate numbers for the other items, or some of the other items. Right, all of them.
And we don't have the other two teacher costs, like, I don't know what the teacher cost would be, right? 84 or?
Yeah, I
Average,
approximate,
they
I
said,
averaged
yeah.
it with 82. 82,500.
Two teachers was 165, and garden is 206.
Yeah, so we're not talking about a lot of change there.
To 20.6
Oh,
thousand.
points.
Not 206,000.
Oh, 20.6. Oh, that's great. 20.
I mean, the other option is voting it down and then starting again, which, to decouple if that's the desire. Member Miller, are you okay for me to move on?
In the math.
Okay.
It doesn't, it's going to be more than that amount. And that's the, okay. I think we're.
Move on? Okay. So roll call, please, Cassie, on the original motion.
Where it's just
As amended.
Margaret. Oh, as amended?
As amended.
Mayor Shara.
No.
Member Gacy.
I feel I have no alternative but to vote yes, even though I feel like because it's just too imperative to, if the superintendent can't hire somebody right away for the high school, then I can't get in the way of that.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Hennessy. Yes. Member Miller.
Yeah.
Member Davis. Member Davis.
I'm thinking,
I'm sorry.
basing this on whether I understood what you said. Well, us, about that motion. So I'm going to say yes.
Is that everybody? Okay. Sorry?
That's everyone.
I just wasn't sure if you were thinking it was the other motion that,
I mean, I think that I know what I'm doing, but I'm not 100% positive.
okay, I'm sorry, yeah.
Because my understanding, I said yes. I said yes. I don't know if I can take that back.
Right, this is the amended motion.
This is the amendment motion, which includes all that stuff.
Yes.
Right.
And that means I'm in the majority.
No, but this is the final vote, so
Yeah.
you can't.
I can't move for reconsideration after this.
No, you
Sure.
could.
That's what I'm asked, that's what I was doing.
You,
Yes, but it would
Could.
be the same vote again.
It wouldn't be the vote on the amendment.
It would be without this amendment, which I,
you're reconsidering the whole
Yeah.
package.
Yeah. the reconsideration of the amendment would be moot because this vote was just made, so you couldn't reconsider the amendment because the original the full motion already passed.
Right, so it'd be reconsidering what we just
The whole thing.
voted on. Yeah.
But as Member Stein said, it's a request, not, like, we can't direct the mayor to do anything, so.
Right. So just to be clear, I support having you
And we can
tell the principal to hire some additional, but I'm not going to support calling a bunch of recurring things one-time funds or one-time requests.
So, I mean, I said yes, I'll say yes.
Great. Okay, so we're done, right?
Yes.
Great.
That's everybody?
And we
think
can
that's everybody.
still
Yes, she can ask for them. She can add, yes.
the superintendent to
Yes.
talk to the principal tomorrow.
Yes,
He already knows now. He's all set.
yes.
He's
Can we please take a 5-minute break?
Sure, 5-minute recess.
Do we have the vote? What was the total?
8 of us here,
Okay.
7 yes.
School committee going live in 3, 2, 1.
Because of the hour, I am going to introduce this document to you. In your board docs, you should have a document that says Northampton Public Schools Strategic Plan, and it may be called the scorecard. So I want to share a little bit about how to read this, and this can be an ongoing discussion over our next few meetings. Okay, so just to give you a quick reminder, we have 5 areas in which our objectives fall under: sustainability, fiscal stability, academics, nutrition, and social emotional components, and this is not in any prioritized order. I want to point that out.
So it doesn't mean that the blue dots on the top of the hump we're successful at and the yellow dots at the bottom we're not? Because that's how I was reading that little.
Exactly. So it just shows you that we're in progress. So there are actually right now 8 work groups that are working on different components and aspects of our strategic plan. And so this little scorecard gives you a quick snapshot of some of the target areas and where we are in the first year. And so this is truly our first year in the work, and so the work groups have been established. Some of them have conducted surveys and research and studies and so on. So very briefly, if I talk about net zero and carbonization, this group is working with the city's CAPA director to achieve carbon neutrality. In order to achieve this, MPS needs to reach a state where each building's net greenhouse gas emissions are zero. This means that any emissions produced by the school's operations are offset by any equivalent amount of carbon removal or avoidance. Achieving carbon neutrality for school buildings in Northampton requires a holistic approach that prioritizes energy efficiency, on-site renewable energy generation, and electrification of building systems, sustainable operational practices, and potentially the strategic use of carbon offsets for any remaining emissions. It's a long-term commitment that requires careful planning, investment, and the engagement of the entire school community. The next piece is consolidation. Oh, so as I was saying, how to use this. So if you go to the links, you can actually take a look at the CAPA director's kind of flow chart, path to decarbonization for that particular piece. Next piece in terms of consolidation. Now, both these 2 work groups, net zero and consolidation, we've separated them out for the beginning, but once we get once we are kind of focused on our purpose and our goals, we will bring these 2 groups together. We will have our 3rd meeting next week. And so the consolidation group, consolidating school buildings for 2,500 students is a significant undertaking that requires careful planning and consideration of various factors. This group has just begun the work of looking at best practices, challenges, and considerations for community engagement, building utilization, educational impact, and financial implications. Fiscal stability. You know, we're in the midst of this, just in the midst of budget. Part of the request was to do 3 preliminary views of the budget, which was given to you all back in March. There are some other components to this objective that we still need to meet. Once we finalize the contracts, we'll be able to project a multi-year budget for you. We can't do it now, because we have to finalize those numbers. We kind of semi-can, but once we finalize those numbers, we can do it. Okay, nutrition. So this group has been really, really active. They have produced the wellness plan, which you all approved about a month or so ago. You can take a look at the links in terms of the actual survey that was released and the results of the survey for nutrition. So beyond just meeting USDA guidelines, the group has actively sought caregiver input to address diverse cultural and dietary needs, which can significantly enhance inclusivity and participation in school meal programs. This also ties into the broader goal of changing public perception. The group conducted a survey as well as this conducted a survey this year with 110 respondents. The composting program. We are piloting a program. Well, first of all, I need to point out that the composting program was actually something that was occurring in district prior to the pandemic. So we were trying to restore that program. And so one of the elementary schools is piloting for us, and that's at Ryan Road, and it's actually being run by the 5th grade council, the students. Cool. And so, and it's going to hopefully help to foster more or to encourage more schools to be able to do this as well. And then, of course, in terms of our nutrition program in Fresh Hampton, they have a robust marketing and community engagement component. If you notice, they've been in the news quite a bit lately, and they've been receiving some awards, some attention. So multi-channel marketing strategy. They've been using the Parent Square, social media, website, community events. You know, it's pretty strong and aims to build awareness and positive perception of Fresh Hampton. And then some other components, assessing kitchen equipment for net zero carbon emissions shows a commitment to long-term environmental responsibilities and aligns with broader sustainability goals that our district is adopting. So right away, the building infrastructure, primarily the electrical, will need to be addressed before changing out equipment to be more carbon neutral. Okay, let's see. Go down to reading. The curriculum committee has really been keeping people somewhat up to date in terms of the work that is occurring in district. There are 2 working groups for this area, and both are placing a strong emphasis on using data to guide their work, which is a hallmark of effective school improvement. There is a cross-group collaboration with other working groups, such as the MTSS, which is our multi-tiered support systems, and suggests an effort to coordinate literacy initiatives across different levels and support systems. The group is proactively seeking to understand the challenges that hinder students' literacy development, which is essential for developing targeted solutions. And the last 3 areas. So the multi-tiered support working group is engaged in detailed and systematic process to establish a strong MTSS framework for the district. They need the data management. There's definitely a need for efficient and effective systems to collect and analyze and utilize student data to improve student academic and behavioral success. This group is tasked with defining clear protocols for screening, progress monitoring, entering and exiting interventions to ensure consistency across the district and agreed upon definitions of MTSS. The professional development plan, as well as the group, the committee itself. This is actually a district committee that hasn't been enacted in a while. So our director of curriculum instruction has been working with a group of staff members, and they too also put out a survey, which I did not attach, but I can eventually upload that. It is still open, although that they have been collecting some of the results. And so this committee's been meeting since January, and its main goal is to plan professional development for the district, informed by surveys of teachers, paraprofessionals, and student services health staff. And some of the things that they've pointed out already to us in those surveys that we've examine is that the paras really want some PDs around behavioral management, teaming with teachers, autism spectrum disorder, our student services and health staff. They want supporting students with intensive needs, MTSS, also autism spectrum disorder. And then our teachers want PD around differentiation using AI and integrating technology. Okay, the committee is taking a systemic, data-driven approach to PD planning, which is commendable. By surveying staff and analyzing the results, they are aiming to align PD offerings with actual needs and interests. The emphasis on a 3-year plan suggests a desire for long-term coherence rather than one-off workshops. And the out-of-school time, so again, using the links, you can see the actual survey that was conducted, and then there is a slide deck that shows the results of the survey as well as the recommendations from this group. So you can see that as well. This group actually has been, they've been viable since December, and the survey covered topics such as program scheduling, pricing, and program structure, and it explored current programs, barriers to participation, and unmet needs. There were actually 294 respondents on that particular survey. The current after-school care options vary across elementary schools and include school enrichment programs, the YMCA, and People's Institute aftercare programs, and the early bird, late bird program at Lee's Elementary. The majority of respondents currently have children enrolled in NPS elementary schools. The survey also provided demographic information on the respondents, including household income, family size, and race. The survey identified several barriers to participation in child care programs, with the most significant being cost and scheduling conflicts. Overall, the survey responses indicated mixed satisfaction levels with the current child care options. Some respondents praised the LEADS program and the YMCA programs, while others expressed concerns about scheduling, affordability, and limited options for children with special needs. Several recommendations, including targeting capacity for after-school care at 50% of the enrolled student body, standardizing hours, that comes with more seats, availability of seats for caregivers to send their children, and then standardizing the hours and scheduling options, considering before-school care at all schools, and addressing the needs for childcare during school breaks and summer. So that was a quick synopsis. So in your scorecard, you will see by the initiative itself what are the next steps that those groups are working on, what they will be working on for the upcoming year. And I will allow you all to read that at your leisure. And when we come back together in August, we can talk more about this being realistic of the time that we have right now tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Did I keep within the 15 minutes?
Yes, you did.
Thank you.
Great. Any questions before we move on to business administrator report? Member Weisenford.
Thank you, Dr. Bonner, for being so responsive to my request to give us an update on this. I really appreciate it. I have just a couple of questions about this. So can you, I'm not challenging this, but just really curious, can you explain how it is that we're in year 1 of the plan?
Yes, because we just actually, the school committee approved the plan, was it August of last year, or, my goodness, it was late August of last year, September or August. But, okay, so prior to that, we actually took about 10 months to actually develop the plan. We ran a survey for quite some time and gathered that information to determine what our objectives that we were going to be working on. And so literally the work began in August for these objectives.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's very, very labor intensive. I just have one question regarding the goal around strategies towards sustainable budgeting. And you have there that you developed 3 preliminary views of the budget, which those are the budgets that you presented to us, Dr. Bonner, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And I know that was a lot of work, but I guess I'm struggling a little bit with, are those strategies, right? I mean,
So there's more to it. That was just a component, and that happened to be tied to my evaluation component. But let me explain to you the dynamics of what changed. So part of that particular objective was for the school committee and the city council to come together and to kind of map out something that was going to be a work plan or something sustainable. Another component of that is to also kind of project out what our budget needs will be for about 3 years or so, to really know what we're going to be needing for each year. So it's not just us putting the budget together 1 year at a time, but actually projecting out based upon, okay, so once we approve this year's budget, when we finalize it, I can use that budget, knowing what our COLAs are for the following years, and project out what it would be, and that will be level services, to project out what is the actual parameters of our needs in our budget. So that was one area that was requested. And then unfortunately, there was a change with the chair of the Budget and Properties subcommittee. I was working with Karen Foster Cannon before she left the board, but it's a different relationship now, so I am not moving kind of forward with the next steps with that.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, so Karen Foster Cannon and I were working on a plan, and we had already, actually, she was going to participate with me as we were developing the budget on last year, but we had changes on the board, on the school committee. So there was a change, and so that component was not done.
I see. Okay, so there are personal relationships that are keeping us from moving forward on the strategic plan?
Not necessarily so, but if you would like to say that, I won't correct you.
Okay, I have another question regarding the cooperation between the city council and the school committee. How is that moving forward from a strategic plan point of view?
So again, we're stalled. There was a request for a joint meeting with the two bodies to really talk about long-term plans in terms of how to sustain budget, but that did not come to fruition.
And I'm sorry, and my last question, who requested that, Dr. Bonner?
Well, originally, it was Karen Foster Cannon.
And the city council didn't want to do it?
So it changed, and yes, they chose not to opt into that.
All right, well, maybe that's something we can talk to the mayor about. Maybe the mayor can broker some collaboration there as chair of the school committee. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Certainly.
Member Stein?
Oh, okay.
There's another hand.
I have a few questions. One is regarding sort of what's being looked at under the second sort of item in the grid, the changing enrollment and consolidation. And I see the bullets, feasibility of maintaining 6 schools within changing environment, projected enrollment 5 to 10 years, exploration of various strategies to address identified needs and changing enrollment. And I'm sort of kind of trying to read into that last bullet, and I'm wondering if that is examining the reason why we may be losing students to private or charter schools, or what sort of mitigation strategies the district might consider in order to not lose those students.
Yes, that's exactly what that means.
Okay. And sort of just the general request I would have for all of these is I would like the agendas and sort of the timelines for these working groups to be public. I think we should have meeting notes. I think there's a lot of good work going on. I understand they do not fall under open meeting law, but to have only, at the end of the day, a slide deck without the sort of information about what was considered and how it was considered leaves a lot to be desired. So I would request that we get more information on that. And I'm also interested in how we are going to go about projecting enrollments. When we passed this last August and September, the sentiment seemed to be, well, there's existing city resources that are really good at projecting demographics. Some of the conversation this spring by members has been, maybe we need to engage in some one-time fund expenditures for consulting firms that could help with those type of projections or have those kinds of abilities. So I guess, like, what is that working group utilizing, or who are they engaging with in order to figure out those projected enrollments over a 5 to 10 year period?
Yeah, so we are going to be using NESDEC, and I believe that's New England School District Educational Council. I think I got that right. However, we are members of that, and so they do provide that service as part of our membership, and we made a point of making sure we had that membership this year, and that is in our operating budget.
Great, thank you.
By the way, they do great superintendent searches, so you might want to consider them. Just write them right back
Do we
in.
get, is that included as a part of our membership too?
I think there's a discount.
Okay.
Okay. Just keep that in mind.
Okay. Moving on to, okay, Bobby, I have a question for you, because item B calls you the business administrator and item C calls you the business manager. And I think we use them interchangeably, but what is your which is the correct title?
To be honest, I couldn't tell you. I'd have to look at the contract title. But I always thought it was business administrator.
Okay.
I think I
But
did that.
you can call me whatever you want.
Just don't
Thank
call
you.
me late for dinner.
So, any questions, anything you want to just add, Bobby, or should I just ask if there are any questions?
Yeah, just ask if there's any questions.
Okay, are there any questions for the business administrator?
Just, Bobby, if you could give us your sense of where we are in terms of encumbrances and year to date. We're closing in the final month. Do you have any sort of sense of how far we're on track or where things might net out? Obviously, there's a lot of moving pieces, but like, what's your sense right now based on these reports and what you're seeing?
Right. So right now, I have just gotten what I think our balloon payroll will be and our summer payroll, and I still have to, it's really complex for me because we have July to June employees, we have September to August employees, we have 22 pay employees, balloon payment, meaning lump sum payments. So it's really a little bit crazy to try to figure out. I think we're gonna be really close to the mark. If not a little bit, you know, Dr. Bonner hears me all the time. I'm like, I'm getting a little bit nervous. But I think we're gonna come in okay, but I don't think there's gonna be a whole lot of wiggle room.
Thanks.
Okay, any other questions for Bobby? Okay, seeing none, we will move to rules and policy. Yes, please.
I'm wondering, given that we have more than about an hour of minutes left, if we can have.
Can't hear you, Em.
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, I'm terrible. If we could, because we have about an hour, if not more left, if we could do our updates at the special meeting and move forward, because it's almost 11 now. I mean, it's only 15 minutes, but it's 15 minutes that.
I don't have anything to report. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
And for rules and
Great.
policy, and it's you with the
Well, it's Michael too.
curriculum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to report for?
I do.
Okay, I mean, if you don't think it needs to, it's fine to wait till a couple weeks. I'm fine with putting that. I mean, think we're going to try and keep that agenda pretty tight.
Well, I'll do it then. That's fine. Okay. That's going to be tight too, so go on.
You're done, right?
Done.
You're done?
Yeah,
You're up
I think you're up.
Okay, so we had a curriculum meeting. It was a great meeting, and for more details of it, I suggest that you watch it. I know some people already have because you've had some questions. It was Kate Mesmer, Rachel Nicholas, and Matt Holloway, but Rachel was the big presenter in it. She tested all of the middle school students because she felt, for a lot of different reasons, that the scores that we had weren't that accurate. So she did the Dibbles, which she called the gold standard. It's the 8th edition, of course. Well, it is, of course, the 8th edition. And came up, things are still not great, but significantly better, or better than we had thought. In the 8th grade, 25 students are below the benchmark, 12 of whom demonstrated significant gaps in phonics. So that's better than what I think we all thought. Still not good. And then the rest were about fluency and accuracy, as a pacing thing, which is more easily remediated than the phonics. So she recognizes, as did Kate, that there's some budget issues. So she was looking at what can we do that would work with students and improve, help them improve. So there's a lot of work going to be done in the middle school, working with ELA teachers, for example, and a lot of examples. And again, I won't go through all those, what she's talking about. The high school, a little bit more complicated. She's going to go 1 period a day to the high school to work at, and she's not quite sure. Part of it will be a consulting model. Part of it will be perhaps co-teaching that will evolve as the needs shine through. Again, recognizing that we have some budget issues. As a result of this, we decided that we are going to meet again as a committee in September, October, and November to get updates on this, and then to see how it's going, and also to begin looking at the math curriculum, which is time for us to look at. Period.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Can I add just a little?
Go for it.
Only that she was going to work with teachers across curriculum.
Yeah, yep.
Across the subject areas, helping them to incorporate literacy work in their curriculum. So she's going to be working with teachers across the curriculum. And also, I just thought it was great that she's teaching a class at Smith this fall that teachers can take. And although it costs $60 a person, there might be funding somewhere, maybe NEF grant or something, to help them take this class. So she's doing a lot of work for one person.
Yeah, she's doing great work.
Great. Is this your report or?
No, a question.
Okay.
A comment. I really appreciated the meeting and what Rachel and what Kate were able to share with us. And I'm really excited that the subcommittee is going to meet and kind of follow up on these things. I think that's fantastic.
Yeah.
One of the big takeaways for me, you sort of mentioned, is the real lack of resources we have to address this. And so, the solution, at least at the high school, because we don't have an interventionist and we don't really have multi-tiered support services, is literally the idea that Rachel's going to show up for like an hour a day and somehow train English teachers who are teaching like 30 kids, and that somehow in that setting they're going to be able to offer sort of remediations once they're trained. And I just think we need to be honest about the way we're hamstringing Rachel and the students with lack of resources. And there's two other things. I was really concerned with possible child fine violations, even what the Dibbles suggested. And I was very concerned that it was only at this point, given the consistent data from iReady, that we finally actually did additional screening. That's troubling to me, and it makes me wonder about some of our other practices. The the last sort of question for me is I would like the school committee to get a copy of the slides and non-identified results. And so we can understand what these were. I've requested them, I get no response because there's a embargo on anyone sending me any information without a records request. So I'm asking you as a committee member, can you get us the slides that were presented?
She didn't present us slides.
In the beginning, didn't she go over like the amount of students tested?
I'll look at it,
Okay.
but it's a film. I mean, it's been recorded.
Yeah.
But it was really just her reporting. She didn't provide slides.
She just gave the data.
Might have been one chart or
I guess my reaction slightly is that this is not a school committee level, meaning she was working directly with teachers herself. And
Yeah, I'm suggesting that the
I mean, you think it's our purview to deal with budgetary issues around literacy. And because I was amazed at how the actual numbers were a lot lower than what we expected. And that the 8th graders were actually doing far better, that there were only out of all the 8th graders that the real numbers were lower than what I had thought they would be. Anyway, I just don't know what we need on the school committee level as opposed from what do you need that we're not, that you don't feel that the subcommittee is learning.
So I guess from my perspective, there's two avenues. One's the budgetary avenue, right? So if we're going to make line item budget decisions about resource allocation and we don't understand the impacts, that's not good for us. And the second is a policy area, which is if we're having difficulties with child fund or difficulty with meeting needs, what policies do we have? And there's another budgetary one, which is curriculum. So many of what's identified is what can we get for free? And the other question is really around if iReady isn't a good tool, why have we used it and why are we paying for it? So like all of these sort of things intersect at many of the larger conversations we have as a body. And without the actual data, you can't know enough to ask intelligent questions or make sort of recommendations.
Michael, remember, Michael.
Remember, Michael.
One thing I want to say though, is some of these questions she did bring up and, Kate and Rachel, they're new. Kate's new here. And they're looking at iReady. I mean, and which is and also one of the reasons we're meeting more regularly next year is what's going on. Because, the numbers are great, better, but they're still concerning. And we've got a lot of work to do. And we're not unique in Northampton, but we've got work to do. She's wonderful. Their team, they just started and they're looking at where our district has failed or has not met the standard that we need to meet. And I think they're moving on. I was very hopeful, and I think I said that at the end, on the path of, that they're moving on. But I think we all need to be watching it. So I appreciate your questions.
Okay, Member Davis, and then let's move.
Yes, yeah, I'll be brief. I just wanted, I watched that meeting and I was extremely impressed. Real professional, dedicated, very hardworking, huge job that they did. And the description of iReady was so accurate of kids just like pushing the buttons because it's hard or they're bored or they're little or they're whatever. And the idea, I think that we all understand like what tool is being used when you're measuring something can show all kinds of stuff. So I think it's really great that they knew, well, let's see what this shows us. And the components of reading are many. And I think we're on the right track, although yes, they're stretched. Obviously, it would be better if it was more people, but I was trying to I felt hopeful too. Thank you, that's all I want.
You're going to make a motion to suspend?
Motion to.
Oh, no, sorry. I was talking to Member Seraphy Cox. You're good.
I would like to make a motion to extend to 11:15.
Second.
All right.
Optimistic.
I want to see this.
Okay,
It's strategy.
roll call, please, on extending to 11:15.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
You don't need to be sorry.
Nobody. Nobody's either. Yeah.
Okay.
Agenda.
A motion to extend until 11:15. Member Gacy.
Yes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Hennessy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yep.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay. Okay, budget and property update.
I'll be really brief. We talked about a lot of stuff at our last meeting. You all have the link, thanks to our secretary, our clerk, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. And I encourage you to view it if you're interested. I just say some of the things we decided to look at as a body going forward. We're going to be looking at some of this work for these working groups. We're going to be inviting the CAPA director to meet with us to talk about some of the details of what assessments have been done of the district's property and where we're moving in these areas. And I'm looking forward to it. The other big piece is sort of this transportation question of how we're going to work together to financially model out what's viable. And the director of transportation and Bobby have been really helpful with that. So yeah, I'd leave it there. And if you ever have any questions, just reach out.
Okay, any future topics that we haven't already covered? Seeing none.
Future
Yep,
topics.
yep.
I just wonder whether we should have a working group on cell phones, and that's.
Yeah, it's actually been requested, and so we should include students on the group.
Yeah.
In the group.
Yeah.
So we can talk, we have a meeting next week.
But we're trying to keep that agenda very tight.
Sorry.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong meeting. Yeah.
Around, I have a similar request. I'd like us to have a agenda item for August on cell phones to sort of try to figure out how to move forward, whether it's a working group or something else. I think that would be great. I'd also like us to have an executive session meeting, talk about some of the comments tonight. I'm a bit concerned about what was suggested about working towards some of these goals with certain members. And I'd like us to have a conversation about that and what sort of expectations we have.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand, Member Stein, an executive session. Could you repeat the content of the executive session, please?
Yeah, and I apologize. I didn't have the mic. I pulled an Ann. I was saying that I'd like to have an executive session to talk about some of the comments made tonight regarding the ability, the willingness to work with certain members around the strategic planning goals and what sort of expectations we have as a body, which we'd have to do in executive session. So I'd request that we find a time to do that.
Any other topics? Future dates. Negotiating subcommittee, June 18th that's on Zoom. Rules and policy, June 18th, 5:30 on Zoom. A special meeting for the school committee, that's June 25th. That's at 6, that's from 6 to 7 p.m. and that's only on Zoom. Superintendent evaluation subcommittee, July 21st, 5:15 to 6:15 on Zoom. Curriculum subcommittee, August 4th, 5:15 to 6:15 on Zoom. Budget and property subcommittee, August 11th, 5 to 6 p.m. on Zoom. And the next full school committee meeting after our special meeting, first not, you know what I mean? The next non-special is August 14th, and that's at 6:30, and that's here at JFK and also on Zoom. Although at times, have we done that meeting just on Zoom? I can't remember. Anybody?
What, the special meeting?
No, the August meeting.
I mean, yes, August 2020, but what do you mean?
Just if there is an interest in having that just be on Zoom, if people are going to be away or traveling, and it's just easier that people don't have to feel like they can come here. If there's an interest
Either way.
doing it.
I would do
just
it
on
either
Zoom.
way.
Right, and also the schools are, it's a little bit different in August, and I'm sure Zach won't mind. So is there an interest in moving that to just Zoom? I'm seeing nods. Okay, so we're gonna say that the August 14th meeting is just on Zoom, not, so only remote, not here at JFK. Okay, Member Weisenfeld, do you have a meeting item?
I have just a technical question about what I think is an error on our agenda tonight. It's a date error on the executive agenda, so just wondering how we should address that.
Is it date error on the minute?
It's the date of the minutes. It should be Feb.
Corrected and reposted.
Okay, so
Corrected that
I
error.
was not able to get into board docs tonight, so thank you. Thanks.
okay, so it's corrected. Okay, yes, Member Servey Cox.
I'll make a motion to move into executive session if, okay. So I will make a motion to move to executive session per General Law, Chapter 30A 21A3 to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares. And pursuant to to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30A 21A7 to comply with or act under the authority of any general or special law or federal grant in aid requirements, Purpose 7, for the purpose of reviewing and approving executive session minutes to comply with the Open Meeting Law, General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 22F and G. And the other ones are the same? Okay.
Yeah, it's just those two purposes.
Member Weisenfreund.
Wait.
Yes.
Was there a second?
Oh, yeah, I
Second.
forgot.
Oh, second by Member Davis. Okay.
Sorry. Member Weisenfreund.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Hennessy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
Member Gacy.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going into executive session. We will be adjourning from executive session and not coming back into open session. So anyone who's still on Zoom, we're going to say goodnight. And thank you for being there.